good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. So today now we are going to start our inaugural ceremony very soon. So for that, may I now request Mrs. Minoti Odhikari, Executive Committee member of IMBIC, to start the session. So, Mrs. Odhikari.
A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the dignitaries, participants, and students from different parts of different countries sharing the 3-day virtual international conference MAST 2022 organized by IMBIC. Before going to begin the conference, let us pay our homages to Professor Dr. Mahima Ranjan Odhikari, the key person and the founder president of Institute of Mathematics, Bioinformatics, Information Technology, and Computer Science, in brief, IMBIC, who founded it on 2006. He had a dream to found an international research institute where scientists and researchers would get a platform to discuss modern sciences, heavily depend on one another for further development. So he felt an urgent need of interdisciplinary scientific conferences. His tireless and sincere efforts to arrange and organize every year a 3-day international conference deserve appreciation, is really an inspiration to the future generations. Men are mortal, but some of them become immortal for their works and creations. They cannot be blocked, deleted, and forgotten because they have reserved a place in our hearts for their special works. Professor Dr. Amar Odhikari is no more with us. Still, he is alive within us through his creations. His never ending aspiration and utmost sincerity led the Institute, a vibrant one in India and abroad, for studies and research in different areas of mathematics and mathematical sciences. While recapitulating the golden moments of IMBIC with Dr. M.R. Odhikari, let us praise to do our bit to raise the lamp of IMBIC so high. It is the 16th of the series of international conferences, MAST 2022, organized by IMBIC. Due to pandemic situation throughout the world, we have been organizing the conference virtually since 2020. Despite many hindrances, IMBIC is working steadily to reach to its goal. Finally, I would like to convey my thanks to dignitaries, participants, and students waiting eagerly for the meeting. May I now request Professor Dr. Abhishek Adhikari, the founder secretary of IMBIC and professor of Presidency University, to conduct the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Depending upon your geographical location, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, respected guests, senior and young participating scientists joining virtually from different parts of the world, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of great privilege for us to extend you all a warm and cordial welcome to the 16th three-day International Conference on Mathematical Sciences for Advancement of Science and Technology. In short, we call it MAST. And for this year, it's MAST 2022. Organized by the Institute for Mathematics, Bioinformatics, Information Technology, and Computer Science, having branches in Sweden and Japan. In short, we call this institute as IMBIC. As already mentioned by Mrs. Adhikari, it was a great shock to all of us that our founder, president, and the pillar of IMBIC, Professor Dr. M.R. Adhikari, left for heavenly abode last year on 29 June 2021. It is an immeasurable loss for all of us. Professor Adhikari shall remain in the heart of all the people who touched upon his ever supporting, encouraging, and loving nature. We had another bad news to share with. Last 24th November 2021, last year, Professor Dr. Shivendra Kumar Saha, again a loving personality. With love, we usually call him Dr. Saha, appeared as an IMPIC family member, passed away from the physical world. Being the secretary of IMBIC, I take the opportunity to a few words about IMBIC. The Institute IMBIC is a baby compared to the rich history of Calcutta, was founded in 2006 for the promotion and extension of mathematical knowledge for the advancement of science, technology, and culture under the leadership of Professor Dr. M.R. Adhikari of Calcutta University, Professor Dr. Erik Trell, Linköping University, Sweden, Professor Dr. Y. Shikata, Nagoya University, Japan, and myself, along with 10 founder members. Cooperation through IMBIC is currently going on between India and other countries like Japan, Sweden, US, Canada, and Australia in number of ways. Publication of high quality scientific and research level materials in interdisciplinary fields is one of the major goals of IMBIC. Towards achieving this goal, every year IMBIC publishes a high quality proceedings. The book Basic Modern Algebra with Applications by M.R. Adhikari and Abhishek Adhikari was communicated through IMBIC and has been published in the year 2014 by Springer. The Basic Algebraic Topology and its Application by Professor M.R. Adhikari was communicated again through IMBIC and has been published in the year 2016 by Springer. Edited Springer monograph entitled Mathematical and Statistical Applications of Life Science and Engineering, edited by again IMBIC members Abhishek Adhikari, M.R. Adhikari, and Professor Y.P. Chope, which was the commemoration volume of IMBIC published in 2017 on occasion of its 10th foundation anniversary of IMBIC. IMBIC monograph 2013 entitled Contemporary Topics in Mathematics and Statistics with Applications, containing 13 articles with authors from America, Canada, Japan, Germany, Switzerland, India, and some other countries, was published in 2013 as the commemoration volume of IMBIC on occasion of its 5th foundation anniversary of IMBIC, published by Asian Book Private Limited, New Delhi, India. In 2022, Springer has published again 2 of the books, textbooks, authored by IMBIC authored on Basic Topology 1, Metric Space and General Topology, and Basic Topology 2, Topological Groups, Topology, Manifolds, and D groups. The 3rd volume of this series will be published in 2023, again by Professor M.R. Adhikari. Organizing international conference in every year is another main objective of IMBIC. Let us have some statistical analysis of that. In 2019, when we organized this conference, it was like the world map where the participants from different parts of the world, they actually visited the IMBIC website. So if you look at this, it was like the total preview was from 2018, it was 16,446, 16,446. Next year, it again increased. You can see the map from where the website of IMBIC was visited, and it was 22,845, starting from again 2018. So it's a cumulative sum. In case of 2021, again, it was like a viewed from different parts of the world, and the total count was 29,486. And for this year also, it's doing really well. Again, from 2018, its total count is 37,707. That means the website view of the website of IMBIC is really quite high. If you look at this, the statistics for the publication of IMBIC proceedings. So when till 2019, we had a full volume for full papers, and this is the statistics that you can see that the number of submission were increased a lot, but we have a very low acceptance rate. That means very high quality papers are only being accepted through these conferences. This year also we have published this. So this year we had mostly short papers and abstracts and very few big papers, I mean full papers. So this will be published by IMBIC, and I'm very happy to announce you that the proceedings is already ready, and the proceedings are available on the website of IMBIC. So if you just go to the website of IMBIC for proceedings, you will find all the previous proceedings as well as the newly available proceedings for 2022. And it is published with this ISBN number. This year, we received papers having authors distributed over 5 different continents, from Asia, from Europe, from North America, Africa, Australia, and so on. We had at least 11 countries from where we received the papers. And for India, if you look at this Indian viewpoint, then from India, it was the statistics for the last year. From the states from where we received papers last year, the red part were the places, the states from where we get papers. And this year is again also doing quite well. Little different, but almost same. So this year we got more than 120 papers which are reviewed thoroughly, and out of which full papers were accepted 11. And then the rest are mostly abstract and short papers, and the papers from Indian scientists are being sent from the different states. So we are basically this year we have planned it to make it in an online mode, but we got lots of requests and lots of email from participants from all over the world who have already visited our conferences. They requested us to make it for the next year in a physical mode, and I'm sure that we are looking forward to it, that we're going to make this conference in the next year on a physical mode in a bigger sense, and we'll have some more proceedings, maybe some monographs will also be there, and we'll certainly have some special session which will be dedicated to Professor M.R. Adhikari and his memories. So with all that, let me thanks to all the viewers here. So here we have Google Meet link. We are thankful to Google for giving us this opportunity to share with you our online views. As well as we are thankful to YouTube, again to Google, because live streaming are also being done. So we have shared only a few limited links to the very limited participants. Mostly the links are being viewed, or the online streaming are being viewed online using the YouTube channel. So I'm sure that this conference will be will certainly achieve a big success, and all the participants will enjoy the whole 3-day process. with that, uh, may I request now our next speaker or the person for inaugural address. May I now request Professor Dr. Erik Trell, the Vice President of INVIC from Sweden. To Erik, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. And it's such a pleasure to be back here again and to witness the progress and your mastering of the new media, and looking forward already to next meeting, which is one of the effects of the meetings that you look forward. And next meeting we might meet physically too. I am not a physician, not a physicist. I'm a physician, and I made my research on cardiology and internal medicine. And then, after a few years practice, I decided to try and interpret electrocardiographic recordings by means of transformation groups. And thus I bought a lot of textbooks on Lee algebra, which would be the rotation group, which I was trying to apply. And I couldn't understand a iota. It was a lot of matrices, and it was all about coefficient changes and so forth and so on. So after trying to apply this to electrocardiography, I was very confused, and I decided to go to Oslo then and look at his doctoral PhD thesis. He made his doctoral dissertation, which was called Över en klasse geometriska transformationer, in then Christiania, now Oslo University, and that was in 1871. So it was long ago, and I went there, and that was in the beginning of the 70s. And I went to the library, and we managed to find, I think, 3 copies of it lying in the archives there. And I got a photocopy of it and decided to translate it. And I did that in collaboration with Professor Ruggero Santilli, whom I contacted for some reason then. And it was printed also, and is available online actually at the website given in the references here. And this was a totally new experience for me, because it was not about coordinate transformations in matrices and so on. It was about, you could say, the nature of the word. It was about what you call infinitesimal generators of physical events. And basically it's a kind of a parametrization of the word in a way that makes it a tangent space to that. And thus, every point in the manifold, which would be the Lie group then, or the parameters, would be occupied by infinitely many and small events, as it were. So this was very fascinating, because I still had, and also still have, a kind of more empirical natural history, descriptive research approach to the study. So when I tried to more and more understand what Lee was talking about, because he didn't give any pictures. His previous work, Über eine Darstellung der Imaginären, he gave pictures so you could see the projections. But here it was so immensely rich that it would be impossible in those technologies to give projecting drawings. So you had to infer what is the meaning really when you have cones and you have tangential space intersections and so forth and so on. But it came to some kind of idea to me that I understood it, and I could see it as Lie group manifold being the parameters, and then you made tangential space kind of algebra on that. But that was not what Lie meant with algebra. Algebra was more like a linear Cartesian geometry. So he invented, I would say, the linear geometrical algebra that also many others at the time, Grassmann and others, worked with. So it was confusing to me, and I contacted first Professor Ruggero Santilli, and it also went with some other collaborations in England and so. And I attended a conference, Physical Interpretation of Relativity Theory in Imperial College in London. And there I, for the first time, met Professor Mahima. And he was actually interested in my little, very humble talk there. And came up to me and said that you might have something there. And since that, it is on that road. I have been invited to India for the last 30 years or so, firstly with the Calcutta Mathematical Society, and then after retirement with the IMBIC. And you can say that I delivered annual lessons there, and they are like a staircase. There are like steps of perhaps not less confusion, but still a kind of progress. And I always had such fantastic positive reverberations from this. And this was Professor Mahima, really, because to me he was the real mathematical man and mind combined, which immediately saw the mathematics of things. And we discussed a lot of things, and he always supported me. And the loss of him is very great and felt, but also I feel the same, that his genius and his karma lives on here and has been so skillfully developed by Avishek and whole family actually. And now, to me, the year's presentation could be a kind of end result in a way, because I have reached the surface, so to say, where I can apply this to descriptive reality. And I won't say that the results are correct, but they do have a kind of group theoretical backing, and they do seem to reproduce what you see as empirical natural history descriptive scientists occur and appear in the world. And that, to me, also marks a stage when IMBIC becomes applied in a way, because one of the goals would be to not perhaps deliver products, but to have a kind of, outcome that could be useful in also an applied scientific way. And that is my present ambition. And again, India is the right forum and place for this. When I came first 30 plus years ago, it was still a country of post-colonial exploitation. But now it has risen gradually to the mighty elephant that is one of the mightiest safeguards of free will and free speech, and a democratic nation that is first now in science and technology. So this is my somewhat jumbled feelings. Again, a great loss, but also a great awareness of presence, and so pleased to come back here and share experiences and knowledge with you. I must, in that context, also say that I'm so impressed by the high standards both technologically and medially by the lectures I have witnessed here. And this is a little thanks for that too, because it has definitely developed me. And thus I end my speak here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your nice words. I think till now, Carl has not able to join. Maybe it's too early in his place, but may I now request Professor Dietrich von Rosen to say a few words to address the guest of honor.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning, good evening, and yeah, good day. I happen to see that I should say something, and it's easy to say something because what I find is important with this meeting is this type of honest interdisciplinary and discussions which are going on, which are extremely inspiring. And I have very many good memories. I don't know how many times I've been participated physically, but there's just 2, 3, 4 times, something like that. But there are always a lot of memories, and scientific memories, and it's about the family who's running this. And never forget when the grandson is giving his talk, age 12, maybe was the first time or younger. But this is a part, I think, of a scientific community which is in some way on a way, we can say that we a bit lose it today. We are quantifying, measuring, and boasting, but the real scientific knowledge is a bit limited still in relation to all the time and money which is spent on it. So I think this meeting here in Kolkata, this yearly meeting, is both very important and very interesting. And I just hope that you will continue. And I'm definitely looking forward to have a physical meeting again, to see things in place, because to me it's the meeting point with other people are not really covered by technology yet. And but anyhow, we do the best. There have been reasons for it, and it's good that it has continued. And with this word, I'm just happy that I can deliver a talk tomorrow, and I will follow you also. Yeah, these are my words. Thank you very much for organizing this, and I'm sure it will be an interesting meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now request our another guest, Dr. Lena Trell from Sweden, to say a few words.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back in the warm spirit and companionship that I always meet at the INVIC conference, even virtually, with the high professional standards and format which Abhishek has maintained and developed in the new media under the lasting karma of his father. Together with that extra friendship with the whole family, I feel, and I'm so grateful for. Looking back over the years, the kindness and encouragement and warm wishes I've had from you are the dearest of my memories, and I have given me inspiration, knowledge, and strength. I'm grateful to participate as an honored guest and to chair a session in which my daughter Christina is having a presentation, all making the conference such a special event for me. The years go fast now with age, And these meetings have more and more come to me that good things still happen, and that yet another year with widened scope and perspectives have reached conclusion, making me already look forward to the next year with a hope for a physical reunion then. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena, for your nice words. I think till we are missing Kalsup from US, but we do have Professor Ashish Sengupta with us. So may I now request Professor Ashish Sengupta to say a few words.
Hi Abhishek, this is a pleasant surprise. I was not expecting to say something, rather, I was looking forward to hearing a lot. So, anyway, I'll try to fill in the gap. You're from Karlsruhe. The person who is supposed to be here will be there in time. So, it's again a real pleasure to be with all of you. And first and foremost, we do miss Professor Mahim Adhikari, his lively presence, his inspiring presence, and at the same time, I would say, with respect and fondness, we all do remember him. You are bearing the torch in an appropriate and a fitting manner, and we look forward to your marching ahead, and we'll all be supporting you. It's a real pleasure to see you taking up the torch and the flag with you. Going back to just a few quick remarks, I think this IMBIC that you are, this organization that you are having, and especially the conference, MSAST, is possibly the unique one in the sense that to combine statistics and mathematics together at a high level is really not very frequently seen. Even in India, the maths people, the high-level maths conferences, they do have a sole venue. So does the statistics conferences. So do the stat conferences. So trying to bring together the stat, math, and bioinformatics, it's a big call. It's a big responsibility. But I think you have done very well, fared so far very well, looking at the types of papers that have been presented. And it's really a pleasure that you are able to combine the stat, math, and the bioinformatics, three disciplines together. Hats off, congratulations. I hope this endeavor does go forward and we really have some nice collaborations. Bringing to the theme of the conference and also the aim, I'll rather say a few words about the first one, Professor Eric Trail, that he mentioned about and electrocardiogram. Definitely, the contribution of Lie groups, as well mentioning, is there. But I like also to sort of tell him that in statistics, in modern statistics on manifolds, there's a lot of work that comes in there. Basically, there was a book published from Sweden by Barsley in biology, where it talks about the electrocardiogram, and where what was done was to look at the relationship between the onset of inspiration and the preceding R peak of the electrocardiogram. Is there a relation between these two? That means whether the onset of inspiration in some way is related to the R peak of the electrocardiogram, which will enable the scientist to sort of predict the time of the onset. That could be really a very interesting situation. And I, with some of my colleagues, have done some work, tried to do some work rather, in August University, USA. We have a big pool of doctors who helped us. And even there, in the earlier work, it was shown that indeed this onset is not isotropic, it's not random. Rather, it seems there is a dependency And that dependency can be modeled and could lead to the onset of the time that we mean for this particular attack, possibly, and which could save a lot of lives. So, statistics in the modern era, which we call directional statistics, also statistics on manifolds, hand in hand with the statistics of particular manifolds, as when mentioning the Grassmann manifold, Stiefel manifold, and the mathematics of the Lie group, together with some real life applications like the electrocardiography, where we can save human lives. And what could be more rewarding than that? And also, Professor Von Rosen mentioned about some of the aspects. I go back to that. His work on growth curve is well known, well celebrated. And this also ties in the growth of the circadian rhythms that can be also used over here. So you see, the not only the world is becoming small, but the areas of our collaborative work that bringing us together in a big way, but in a small forum. So with these words, I wish you a very, very successful conference. Good to see so many nice papers. Good to see so many good speakers, and above all, good to see that Professor Mahim Adhikari is being remembered. And I'm sure that wherever he is going to be very pleased with the success of the flag bearers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sengupta, for your nice words and all the inspiring words that you made towards us. And we are really working hard to make it as nice as possible to accommodate more people and so on. So I think not yet we could connect Carl Su from US. If that is the case, then we should directly go into the vote of thanks section. So may I now request Mrs. Minoti Odhikari, the executive committee member, to deliver the vote of thanks. Stage is
Good afternoon, everybody. We have reached at the end of the beautiful inaugural function. On behalf of the International Organizing and Program Committee, now we take the opportunity to put our thanks and gratitude into words. We feel great honored and privileged to propose vote of thanks. We express our sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Abhishek Odhikari, the founder secretary of INVIC, and professor and head of the Department of Mathematics, Presidency University, for his inspiring and encouraging speech on importance of interdisciplinary scientific research work and the role of INVIC for promotion and extension of mathematical knowledge. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Eric Trell, Emeritus Professor of Linköping University, founder Vice President of INVIC, and Director of INVIC Chapter Sweden, who has kindly inaugurated the 16th virtual 3-day conference, MAS 2022, from Sweden with his enlightened inaugural address. We express our sincere thanks to Professor Dietrich von Rosen from Sweden, Dr. Lena Trell from Sweden, and Ashish Sengupta for their nice and encouraging words. We must not forget to thank the program committee and the organizing team consisting of Mr. Chandan Goswami, Mr. Himadri Shekhar Roy, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Mondol, Dr. Ongshuman Das of Presidency University, Kolkata, Dr. Parthasarathi Roy, University of Wollongong, Australia, Dr. Shobbasachী Dotto, University of Calgary, Canada, Dr. Usni Dr. Saurabh Das of NIT Jamshedpur, Dr. Sumit Kumar Devnath, NIT Jamshedpur, Dr. Prakash De, Dr. Shivopriya Mitra, Dr. Subharsha Banerjee, Mohammad Kutubuddin Sardar, Dr. Jyotirmoy Pramanik, Mr. Shubhamay Mondol, Master Abhipriya Adhikari, and to all the individuals who, with their untiring efforts and unique coordination, tried their best for giving the entire plan and program of March 2022 a matured shape. Finally, we thank to Google for providing us Google Meet link and the space. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Mrs. Udhikari. So I can see that already Carl is there. Carl should a bit late, but anyway, so you are welcome to this inaugural ceremony. And as usual, we expect something from you. So kindly enlighten with us some of your words.
Can you can you hear me okay?
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Well, it's a great honor for me to be invited to the MAST 2022 math conference. Not sure what to say. I've got some notes. I thank all of you that have worked hard to make this math conference happen during the pandemic and with all the other problems and things going on in the world. This includes all the people that have worked and are working behind the scenes. I know you're there and you are appreciated. Just like to say thank you for that. This is the 16th MAST International Mathematics Conference, and that's awesome. And I just again being thankful for the opportunities that I've been given, the patience that you've all had with me. I work a unusual area of mathematics in a sense, and I just like to, just say thanks to MBEC, Professor Dr. M.R. Adhikari, who has encouraged me when I was really, really doubting myself here at home and at work. I was kind of referred to as like a mad scientist because of my interest in color and trying to define color. And I've been told, well, that's impossible. And I always found encouragement, in attending the math conferences. And I keep remembering a kind of a talk I had with Professor M.R. Adhikari when I was thinking, what should I do? Or how should I work my color research? And in that discussion, this was about 4 years ago, he was telling me that I should think about sharing what I'm doing with mankind. And I'm thinking, me? What do I have that mankind would be interested in? And it caused me to stop and think about all of the different little things that I may have come up with or talked about, but they work. And so I'm here doing what I'm doing because of Dr. M.R. Adhikari. And the conversation that we had, what was kind of like life-changing for me. And that's where I'm headed right now, to try to do the things that I can do. And if it helps mankind, okay, I'm good with that. so some of the things that I've accomplished, some of the things I've done, and I'll go through this real quick, is I was able to develop a new circular constant. So many of you are familiar with 2 pi, and that has been the only circular constant we have known. And I've come up with something that is a family of circular constants. So it's the 10x circular constants, and it requires the use of a different time base than what we normally use, but it relates to nature. I've worked with color modeling to describe color in terms of numbers and geometry. I've identified something called Jacob's ladder, which is a harmonic distribution, which I can move my color model up and down the electromagnetic spectrum. And what that ended up with is that I was able to make a correlation between my color modeling, the entire electromagnetic spectrum, the range of sound. And since I was able to do sound, I was able to also make a correlation to basic music theory, talking about what I'm referring to as a color octave versus a music octave, and the 12 primary tones, which lines up with my color modeling with having 6 primary colors and 6 interfaces. So there's 12 references. So that is the things that I've developed because I was encouraged there at IMBIC, at the math conferences. And this year, I'm hoping to talk a little bit about the orange hypothesis that I came up with. Where does orange come from when you look at colors from a prism or rainbow? And I'm also hoping to talk a little bit about the orientation of a magnetic field. And this is all due to Dr. Imar Adhikari encouraging me to embrace mathematics and to try. So I'm here to do what I can, and just wanted to say thanks to everybody that's part of the MBIC family. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl, for your encouraging words again. And as usual, we are thankful to you for visiting us for last few years, being a family member of IMBIC. And I hope so next year we are also going to have you in a physical mode with more colors, as colorful as you.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. So yeah, so that would be the end of this inaugural ceremony today. And we will quickly switch to the first technical session. It is supposed to start from 17:30, that means 5:30 p.m. of Indian Standard Time. But I think that all the speakers are available here, so we can start a little early, or maybe we can check the slides if you would like, if it's working properly or not. So for this session, the chairperson would be Professor Eric Trell. Just now, I have sent to Professor Eric Trell an email, also to Dr. Lena Trell, the updated program. So here also I can share with you this updated program, maybe just in this chat box, you may get this updated one. I'm just going to share with you. Let's see. Okay, no, it's not, I cannot share. But over email, I just sent to Professor Eric Trell, the updated one, because we had slight change modification on the program schedule. So today, due to some unavoidable reason, Raghavendra and Priyanka won't be able to give their presentations. Instead, we had here with us Professor Kirill Morozov from University of North Texas, and maybe like as Professor Detrich mentioned, that Master Obipriyo Adhikari of class 7 will also join us in this session. So 2 modifications are there because due to some unavoidable reasons we couldn't get them. So instead, some little modification, and I have already sent. So Eric, are you there? Okay, so I just send email so that he will be chairing this session. In the meantime, Partho, would you like to check your screens and all? Share your screens?
Yes, sir. It will be better. Let's
Yeah.
say it's work or not.
Yeah.
How it's work.
So,
Yeah.
Eric, could you please check your email? I have
Yes.
sent you the updated, modified one, the modified program that we had.
Yes.
Have you received this email?
Ett mail. No. Vad är det för e-mail?
In the meantime, Partho, could you share your screen,
Men
please?
hur kan man se det?
Yeah, yeah.
Vad kan man se det?
Ditt vanliga mejl.
Oh, I need some permission from admin to share my screen.
Are you from Mac OS?
And I put it on Mozilla.
Mozilla from Mac, it would be. Do you have Google Chrome? Sometimes, but
Okay. I'm trying.
yeah,
trying.
could you
No
please,
problem.
because sometimes I have seen that it's restrict, and no
Okay,
notification.
no problem, no problem.
No notification came to my side.
Okay, sir. I am trying. Okay.
Yeah. And Shivam, are you with Mac or otherwise? With Mac?
No,
and...
I'm using Ubuntu.
Okay, great. Then it's fine. And for Suparna, are you?
I'm also using Ubuntu.
Great. And I think Shobhusachi, yesterday we had a practice with Kirill as well. So yeah, so hopefully things will be fine. Because from Mozilla or sometimes with Mac OS, it's sometimes difficult to have the compatibility. Yeah, great. It's coming properly. Yeah, great.
Yeah. So am I audible?
Yeah, you are perfectly audible. So I just hand it over to our session chair, Professor Eric Trail, but I think I'm not sure Eric Trail is there. He just left, I guess, because I just sent him the email. Might be something happened. Yes, he is back. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, Professor Trail, we cannot hear you. You are, I think, muted.
Yes, now I'm back.
Yes, great.
Fine. I got your email, so I
Yes,
see
you
it's
have the updated program now, right?
yes,
Yes,
yes.
great. So it's my great pleasure to hand it over to our Vice President, Professor Dr. Erik Trell, Emeritus
Yes.
Professor from Linköping University, Sweden. Now, Erik, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to be sharing the next technical session one. And it will start with the title Quantum Safe Password Protected Distributed Storage with author Dr. Partha Sarati Roy. And I welcome Professor Roy to enter the talk.
Thank you, Professor Troel. First of all, thank you to the organizers for providing the opportunities. So today, I'm going to talk about the quantum safe password protected distributed storage. So basically, it would not take 30 minutes time. So if you have any questions in between, so you can unmute and ask me. So basically, we will talk about some added functionality about secret sharing scheme. So we will go one by one. So the main theme is that quantum safe password protected distributed storage, and that's we are going to realize with the concept of secret sharing and encryption. Okay. So first start with some motivation. Okay. So here you can see that's M. So M is basically you can perceive it as your data or some information. You can say it's some precious information that's you don't want to convey to others openly. Okay. So now there is a questions that it's not always possible to keep everything secure on our local storage. So that's why most of the time what we do, we put the things to a secure server, and like Amazon, Google, Azure, and so on and so forth. So that's one of the things. And here we are going to address that problem, that how we can store this precious information of a user, uh, where the user can just keep in mind a very small information that's possible by a human memory. Okay. So the first thing comes into our mind that we can use an encryption scheme that gives us a proper security, the desirable security, and we can put it on some uh, cloud. Okay, on some store. So we can think that's a storage. But here is a thing that we need to keep into mind, that so once we encrypt the data, that's crumbled. Okay, so once it's crumbled, so to get back the actual message, we always need to have the corresponding secret key. Now, the secret key is not actually very small, it's actually very large. So depends on the corresponding encryption scheme. On an average, you can think that you need to memorize 1024-bit information. That's actually very difficult or almost impossible for human memory. So here we can think that if we just encrypt and put our data to a cloud or server, it's not actually working. It's not going to satisfy our aim. So then we can think about another solution. That solution, we can think that we can employ multiple server, and we suppose L number of server, M1 to ML, and we can share this information that only at least K number of server need to collude to get back the secret. So for the sake of for this or assuming the current situations or the real scenario, we can assume that it's not possible that K is it good enough number, then they will not going to collude due to their own interest. But here is the point. So the user some user going to put that information to the L number of server, okay, and that information is M, and M1 to ML, those are the share. Now the next question comes, suppose user 1 put those information. Now there is some other user, say user 2, U2, have some malicious intention and try to get back the information of user 1. So they can just put some information or put some give some signal to the server, and then they get back the required shares, and they can get back the secret or the precious information M, or the data M. So now here we can see that to keep that information uh, only with the authority of the user 1, we need some kind of verification, authentication, or some credential, whatever you can say, that we need some this kind of operation. So that's mean if we plain way, if we use some efficient secret sharing scheme and share our data and employ the multiple number of servers, that also not going to satisfy our aim. So first we have seen that encryption scheme is not a solution corresponding to our aim, and plain secret sharing scheme is also not the suitable candidate. So then what we can actually keep into our mind, that what we everyday use, that is password, right? That's we can use password, that due to once we going to log in our desktop or anywhere, we use the pin or password. That's actually easily memorable, and we do this thing. Now that's if user one have a password, okay, user one user one have some password, and then with the help of that password, user can trigger the service of cloud or server, and then that corresponding uh, user only get back the precious information. No other user can get this thing. So how we going to design this protocol? So as a very first thought, the very simple and naive solutions will come into our mind, that what we will do, we will just put the hash of password corresponding to every server. So that's mean once user want to get back the secret, user will hash the password, send it to the server, and then just server will just check that is it same or not, as the hash function we going to use, that's a collision resistant. Then actually other user is not supposed to get the information, and also server also not get back the password from this hash of this password. That's also secure the password of the user. If we measure the entropy of a password, it's not actually high, it's very low. So that actually vulnerable against offline dictionary attack. So offline is nothing that's we can just try. We can very simply we can think that okay, we have six digit password. Then we can try with all the dictionary words and so on and so forth. That we can launch a offline dictionary attack. So if we just want to follow this naive solution, then we can see that there is a very easy attack to launch. So it's also not going to work. So then to solve this problem, the primitive that comes into the literature, that's called password protected secret sharing. So okay, someone can argue that is it the only protocol, or is it the only way to realize the aim? I want to say no, this is not the only way, but it's a very reasonable way, and theoretically it's extremely interesting. That's the point. So what is password protected secret sharing? So let's start with the informal definition. We will try to be as much as possible informal throughout the talk. So here we can see that in this protocol, we will have two phases. One is sharing phase or initialization phase, and another one is reconstruction or retrieval phase. It's better to say the initialization phase. Otherwise, if we say the sharing phase, then it may mislead to the reader. So anyway, that's not a problem. So the main thing is that we have a message M that we want to put in some secure way that wherever I want, only the actual user only get back the secret in a way that you will employ the L servers, and there we will put a number k. That's the threshold. That's only if we have the share from the k many servers, then only we can get back the message M. Here I want to say one thing from here. The protocol we are uh, going to show here, we are not going to share the message M. We will going to share something else, but that is the way that will increase the entropy of the password. That will actually give us the required security, and it will meet the aim. Okay. So here it's the main punchline: forgets the secret and keeps a single password. That's when once we are doing this initialization phase, we will erase everything from our disk, from our storage, from our memory, everything. What the thing we will keep in our mind? That's the only password, low entropy password. Okay, human memorable password. And during the reconstruction phase, we will just contact with arbitrary k number of servers among the L servers, and and the user will going to authenticate with that single password and reconstruct the secret message M. That's all. So what we can expect from this protocol? So we can expect that attacker that breaks into k-1 servers and finds all their secret information cannot learn anything about M and simultaneously about the password. So what about the password? That's up to some limitation. And what the adversary can hope? Adversary can only can try to guess the password in an online attack. And offline attacks with less than k-1 character servers supposed to be useless. Okay. And another added property, that soundness. Soundness going to ensure that whenever the user going to get back the secret supposed to be correct. Otherwise, the user will abort the protocol or reject the protocol, and it will be sure that it is not the data that the user put into the server or cloud. So this soundness property is not very cheap, I want to say. It's costly. In some respect, it's costly in respect of it may increase the round complexity, it may increase the computational complexity. So if it's not required, then we can design the protocol without having the soundness property. Or if it is required in context of the application, then we can include the soundness property. And here I want to mention one more thing. That's we motivate our protocol, our this protocol, password protected secret sharing, based on a real life application, but it's also have some other theoretical implication that you can use that design to construct other advanced primitive. Okay, so in that time you can see that soundness property may require, may not require. So it depends upon the purpose. Okay, we need the soundness property or not? So if we don't need, definitely we can save some amount of round complexity or computational complexity or both. Okay. So let's start with this thing. Some references. This interesting notion was first proposed by Bagarzendi Zaritsky et al. In 2011 CCS, and that actually designed in a PKI model, that public infrastructure. So, and then Kamini Shettle improved the level of security, proposed UC secure PPSS only for 2 server cases. Okay, but still it's in PKI model. So we know that PKI model is somehow costly in respect of the computation and public parameters. So that is one point. If someone can come up with a CRS model or plain model, it's definitely more interesting. So in 2012, again, Zaritsky et al. Proposed another design of PPSS, that reconstruction phase does not require the PKI, infrastructure, public infrastructure. And then further, Zariskatel in 2016 improve the performance of previous construction. And in 2017, they can come up with the scheme in a CRS model. But it's a I want to say that all the construction uh, is secure on the belief that somehow the discrete lock problem and the allied hard problems are secure. And now we have quantum algorithm that can break that can find the solution of that hard problem in a polynomial time. So it's a kind of, you can say that in last 10 15 or maybe 20 years, we are looking for some quantum safe hard assumption and the protocol that can instantiate from those hard assumption. So here we will trying to discuss about the lattice-based construction. It's believed lattice and standard lattice actually, not any structured lattice. Still now it's believed that that hard assumption is quantum safe. Okay, so here basically uh, we will going to talk in PKI model. Even we are not going to talk about the UC security or nothing more. The we will consider the first security model that was proposed by Bagarjandi et al. And our hunch is to find out a quantum safe solution. Okay, and and we find that solution in from a lattice-based platform. And there is a specific reason that our design is not possible to instantiate on any other quantum safe hard assumption. The reason is that we use fully homomorphic encryption scheme. So that's still now it's possible based on lattice hard assumptions only. So okay, so first we will start. We will describe a basic model. Then we will go to full model. Basic model means we will assume some secure channel for interaction between user and server, and somehow uh, for some part of the activities of the adversary, we will assume that's semi-honest. Okay, so because if everything is in semi-honest, then password protection means nothing. So it's a very basic model. That's from there we will depart to get the full security. That's been assuming without assuming any secure channel and considering the malicious server adversary in all respect given the security model. Okay, so in initialization phase, that's when the user have that precious data m and the password and have some public information. That's we are in the PKI model, so we can actually we have freedom to use later on the secret information, so no problem. So here A is kind of A is a matrix. C, wherever you will find that C means ciphertext, and this PW means ciphertext of this password. CM means the ciphertext of this message, and A is you can see this is the one of the main part of this design. Based on this A, we will going to generate all the encryption scheme that we're going to use to encrypt the password and the message. And what encryption we are going to use? We are going to use the fully homomorphic encryption scheme designed by Craig Gentry, Amit Shahai, and Brent Waters, GSW, the famous GSW FAG. Okay. So what the user do? Here you can observe that user is not going to share the message M. What user is going to share? User is going to share the SK. What is this SK? This SK is nothing but the secret key corresponding the FHE we are using. That's mean the user is going to share the secret key of the corresponding encryption scheme among all the server. Okay, keep it in mind. In reconstruction phase, what will be done in the first round? Every server will encrypt some random value R1, R2, RK, okay, and send it to the user. And that will use the same public parameter for the encryption scheme. We are in the same encryption scheme, okay, for the time being. And then user will encrypt again the password, because password the user know, user delete everything else, so password no. And encryption is public encryption, so publicly from the public information that can do. So what it will do, you will encrypt again the password, and kind of, you can say, the broadcast all the information that receives from the servers, it will again share to the others corresponding servers or cloud. So then every server going to compute this function. So this function, it looks complicated, but here is the point we want to say, that as we are in the fully homomorphic encryption scheme, so we can compute any general circuit. So based on those encrypted message, we can compute this algebraic relation that will reflect among the plain data also. Okay, so that's CFJ, and once we have the CFJ, you can see that SHJ, that share is the server of the secret key, and it's stored in the it's already stored corresponding to the corresponding cloud. Okay, so that's every server we're going to send to the user, and user will just sum up those things. Now you can see that without having that secret key, user can decrypt the message. That's the reason, is that we are employing here distributed decryption. So if we need actually two-level multiplication, so with some leverage or modification in the parameters, we can somehow employ this kind of distributed decryption. But if you don't want to go into those kind of fine point analysis, just you can use threshold fully homomorphic encryption scheme. That's also based on the GSW encryption scheme proposed by Bonnet et al. In 2019 crypto. So anyhow, you can use any kind of thing, and ultimately you will get back the secret. Now the point is that here you can see that during the reconstruction, the user only remembered that password, and this long secret for the encryption, it's already shared among all the servers. So it is not anyhow stored for the user. So that's we can see. Now I have few questions about this basic model, that you can see that we assume that whatever user sending to the server, we are assume it's go properly. That's when we are assume secure channel. On the other hand, server is sending some information to the user. We are assuming that everything comes properly. Okay, that's also fine, because we are assuming secure channel. Now you can see that anyone can trap onto the channel. If they get the W1, W2, WK, they can also get the M. But as we are assuming the secure channel, then we are also not considering this thing. And not only that, we are assuming every server compute honestly their part and send back to the user. As we are assuming servers are semi-honest. So that's many assumption we keep in this basic design. So in a nutshell, what we can say, we have assumed secure channel and semi-honest adversaries. Okay. So if we remove the assumption of secure channel, secure means confidential and authenticated channel. Okay. And semi-honest adversaries, then we can see that we need to include some other crypto primitive, like digital signature scheme, and non-interactive journalists, non-interactive journalists, NIZK. So if we go into this full model, here you can see we will going to use same encryption scheme with different two public parameter, A and A dash. So we are, as it is as before, we are publicly keep the encryption of the password, encryption of the message, and these are the verification key of the corresponding UFCMA signature, digital signature scheme, that's we going to use in our design to remove, particularly to remove the assumption of secure channel. So here the same thing. Previously in initialization phase, the server had only the share of the secret key corresponding to the encryption scheme. But here, what we're going to do, we along with this thing, we also give them some secret signing key that they can sign over their data, that we can publicly verify that whatever comes to the channel is intact. Okay, that is not tampered. And one thing I want to emphasize, that the public encryption scheme, full homomorphic encryption scheme corresponding to A prime, we are not keeping that secret key anywhere. Actually, we don't need to put any kind of decryption or kind of anything corresponding that part. So we are just erasing this part. So that's the thing. Okay. So that's done. That's all about the initialization phase. In the reconstruction phase, that reconstruction phase is actually triggered by the servers. What server will do? Previously, server was sending some encryption of a random value. Here, not only going to sending the encryption of the random value, but signing over also this thing. Because now we don't have the secure channel, we need to verify that it's all sent by the proper server or not, because there may have some channel adversary. Okay. So in next, first, every time whatever we do, so adversary will going to verify all the signature and compute some kind of transcript, and then this transcript will going to broadcast to the every and to the every server. And one thing here, once user is going to send all this thing, then user need to compute one proof that here we're going to employ the NIZK, that the user can be, adversary can capture, adversary can play the role of a user. So that's part of password need to be uh, re-encrypted with that different public parameter, and that's supposed to be verified through this proof of knowledge. Okay. So that's PyJ, and we need to NIZK, and that's actually generally we can use the NIZK proposed by Pikert et al. In 2019 based on the LWE, and then we can put the Groth-Shahai conversion and can get the NIZK, but actually it's very costly. If we can design this proof for the specific language, it would be much more efficient. And for that thing, we can consult, we can look into that some works, recent works in the last 2-3 years by Libert et al. And they develop this kind of machinery. I'm a little bit hopeful that if someone can try, they can find out little bit efficiency in respect of that part. But for existential solution, we can just say it's okay that for NP language it exists. So okay, so on and so forth, we can use this thing. So then server also verify all those stuff, signature and compute. Similarly, compute with the same equation, but here we can see that there is extra CX. Okay, X is actually ad hoc random value chosen by the user. Actually, it will work as a one-time pad. That's mean if someone trap on the channel, they will get M plus X, not M. So as X is according to the size of the M, it's in an ad hoc way, and that's why it will give the same security as one-time pad give us in a perfect way. So then they will send all this thing with the signature for the verification, and after verifying everything, all those stuff, uh, user will get back M plus X, and X is, mind it, X is not chosen during the initialization phase. So in the initialization phase, a user only can remember the password. So it's in between the reconstruction in the round. So it's already with the user. So user can just subtract and get this thing. So basically what we did in here, so it is kind of there is a similarity with the design of Bagarzan et al. But actually they did use Elgamal, and they use the secret key randomization of this Elgamal encryption. That is actually very nice property, a very nice property. But here in LWE we don't have that structure. because there is an error. So error going to ups a lot if we're going to do from outside, if we're going to re-randomize those secret key. So that's why actually we employ this FHE, but definitely FHE is very costly. So, but anyway, so far our design comes up to this thing. But if anyone can remove uh, this FHE and can design a lattice-based construction, that would be extremely nice research. It would be a very good, nice research. And I believe that if we can design without FHE, then we can instantiate that design over code-based platform also. Because the other primitive that we have used, we already have those things in code. So for soundness, actually, if we want that soundness, so we need to actually, during the initialization phase, we need to encrypt M, concatenate some signature instead of M. This is the thing. But actually getting back this thing, we can use some costly crypto primitive that we can get back by one bit. So it's actually pretty costly. So, but there is a feasibility that we can also achieve the soundness. Uh, and actually, this PPSS design this for the first time enables quantum safe TPEC also. That's threshold password authenticated key exchange that was missing for a long time in the literature in quantum safe platform. So as you mentioned, that this talk is basically based on our joint research with Dr. Sabyasachi Datta, Professor Willy Shushilo, and Professor Safavi Naini. So it's published in last year to 2021 in ACNS. So if you want to go into more details, you can look into this paper. Uh, we tried to put more details as much as possible in the paper, given the page constraint. Then also, if you have any questions, so you can ask me anytime, even though if you don't ask after this talk. So thank you everyone for your kind attention.
And thank you so much. This was most interesting, and I wonder if there are any comments or discussion. You can just enter. Then everyone is very nicely informed, and I thank you so much for this speech. And then it's my pleasure to call next speaker, and this is Dr. Nilanjan Datta with lightweight authenticated encryption. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Trent. So am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you can start. Yes.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. So is this visible?
Yes, very
Okay,
nice.
okay. Thank you very much, Professor Trent. Okay, so I'll talk about this lightweight authenticated encryption. So the overall content would be something like this. So I'll first give a brief introduction to authenticated encryption. So what authenticated encryption is and the primary motivation of using authenticated encryption. Then I'll talk about a little bit about what lightweight cryptography is. And finally, we'll talk about some properties that are desired for various lightweight authenticated encryption modes. And finally, we'll talk about some classification of the current ongoing existing lightweight AED modes. Okay, so let's start with the introduction to authenticated encryption. So suppose Alice wishes to send some message to Bob. So if she sends the message in clear, then some other person monitoring the channel, say Eve, she can get the exact message. So if Alice wishes to send some secret information like her Netflix password, then this third person, Eve, she will get to know that secret information. So what we actually want, we want that the receiver, or we'll call him as Bob, so Bob should be able to read the message, and no third party monitoring the channel should be able to read the message. So this is why this is achieved by encryption. So what actually encryption does, so here Alice and Bob, they share a secret key K, and whenever sending some message, so what Alice does, she performs an encryption using that secret key and then send to Bob this encrypted message. And any third party like this Eve will just see the encrypted message, and from that encrypted message, this third party will not be able to get the inner meaning. While Bob, having the same secret shared key, can easily decrypt that message and get the exact message. So this is what we understand about the encryption. A similar thing is another popular story is like authentication. So what in authentication does, so suppose Alice wishes to send some message, I like you, to Bob. However, this adversary or Eve, he can interpret in between and acts as an active adversary and just modify this message. So the Eve modifies this message to I hate you. So Bob will just note that he received I hate you from Alice. So this needs to be stopped. So what exactly we want? We want that Bob should be able to verify the authenticity of the message sent by Alice. And this is done by authentication. So for authentication, what the typical algorithm is, so again, Alice and Bob, they share a secret key K and K among themselves. So here there is no intention of just hiding the message. So here Alice wishes that the message, Alice and Bob, they wishes that the message should be authenticated. So here you apply some tag generation algorithm that actually gives kind of a signature corresponding to that message using the secret shared key. So this K secret shared key is shared between Alice and Bob. And he can easily verify, Bob, after getting this message along with this tag, can verify whether the tag is valid or not, and accordingly will read the message. Now what happens if some adversary Eve comes in between? So Eve can modify this I like you to I hate you, but accordingly she has to generate this tag corresponding to I hate you using this capital K, which she does not know. So this capital K, this key is shared between Alice and Bob only. So even if this middle person Eve can change the message, but generating a corresponding tag would be difficult for this person. And that is why he can actually generate some random guess kind of thing he has to do. But in that case, making it valid would be very difficult for her. So whenever receiving this message, she will check that Bob will check that this tag is actually invalid. So he will actually ignore the message, and he will be aware of that this message has not been sent by Alice. So these are the two popular things that you need in symmetric key primitives, this encryption and authentication. These are the primary goals of, you can say, the primary goals of symmetric key cryptology. So authenticated encryption is basically the required goal that requires both authentication as well as encryption. So let's see some of the examples of authenticated encryption. So consider the scenario that Inspector Alice and Sub-Inspector Bob, they are chasing one gangster. So Inspector Alice wishes that Sub-Inspector Bob should move his checkpoint to a different location. Now, while communicating, they need that the data should be, there should be data privacy. That means the updated checkpoint that should remain confidential. Otherwise, if the gangster is aware of where the next checkpoint is, then he will be, I mean, kind of aware that this point where I should not be there. Similarly, you need the data authenticity. So Sub-Inspector Bob has to be sure that only Alice has sent this updated checkpoint and it has not been modified in transit. So this is where you need both authentication as well as encryption. Another example can be think about like this. So suppose you have a kind of Dr. Alice who says to send the COVID report M to Bob in the medical database. Now what Bob requires, Bob of course requires that his medical record should remain confidential, and at the same time he should be ascertain that only Alice prepares the report, no one else, and the report was not modified in the transit. So this is another scenario where you need both authentication as well as encryption. Another example can be like an annual evaluation where Professor Alice wishes to inform the semestral marks to all her students. So Bob, as a student, requires that his marks should remain confidential, and he should be certain that whatever the marks was sent to him, that is sent by Professor Alice, and the marks have not been modified. So these are some kind of toy examples where you can have an idea that where you need both authentication as well as encryption, and this is where the designing authenticated encryption comes into the picture. Okay, so let's look at what authenticated encryption is. So typically an authenticated encryption algorithm takes 4 inputs, one key and associated data. I'll talk about this. So it takes a key, an associated data, a message, and an optional nonce, and it generates this ciphertext along with a tag. So what associated data is? Associated data is basically you can think about some header of a message like an IP address. So this associated data part requires only the data authenticity, not the data privacy. So you need privacy and authenticity for corresponding to the message, and corresponding to associated data, you only requires the authenticity, not the privacy. And nonce is kind of think about, it's an arbitrary number that is used only once. So for each encryption or each algorithm, you use a different nonce. So you can think about using some counter for nonce. So at each iteration or at each encryption time, you just increase it by say 1. And this nonce is very much useful to generate the randomness. So because this nonce is, so this is used only once. So if you pass it through some random permutation, then you actually get some randomness, and that you can use it in your designing this authenticated encryption scheme. So how about the verified decryption, corresponding decryption algorithm? So verified decryption algorithm basically takes a key and associated data, a ciphertext tag pair, and that optional nonce. And if the ciphertext tag pair is verified, then it will just return the original message corresponding to that. And if it's not verified, then it just uses an abort symbol. So it just aborts. And for verified decryption, just note that the plain text is only released after this verification algorithm is successful. So you can think it about this verified decryption algorithm as a part of 2 algorithms. One is verification and the second one is the decryption. So this plain text is only released after the verification is successful. Otherwise, the algorithm basically aborts. And the ordering of verification and decryption may vary. So how the verification phase is done or the decryption phase is done, that might vary depending on the algorithms. Okay. And the security of AED, the security, basically the privacy security demands that an authenticated encryption should be hard to distinguish from a random function. So if you take a random function from similar domain and range, it should be hard to distinguish. And the second thing, from the authentication perspective, you actually demand ciphertext integrity that says that it should be difficult for an adversary, a polynomial trivial adversary, to forge one ciphertext. So you can make some queries, you can get some ciphertext tag pairs corresponding to some plain text, and after that generating a valid ciphertext tag pair would be difficult for an adversary. So this is the basic security model corresponding to a authenticated encryption with associated data. Okay, now let's move to an introduction to lightweight cryptography. So lightweight cryptography is used in several directions. So for example, like you can think about using in this radio frequency identification tags. So in this RAIN RFID tags, you basically require both encryption, you need both privacy as well as the authenticity that this is the correct tag or correct identification of a tag. So this is where you use it. So lightweight cryptography is well used in designing like RAIN RFID tags. Another application is like designing in using vehicle communication. So from vehicle to vehicle, from vehicle to infrastructure, from vehicle to network, from vehicle to pedestrian. So these communications you can basically inbuild it into the whole vehicular infrastructure system, and you can use it. And here you need both. You have to be certain of that whatever the information is passing, that should be authenticated as well as it should be private. So this is where you actually need an authenticated encryption scheme. Again, lightweight cryptography are well used even in kind of, you can think of this use of smart home, where you just using your remote, you can monitor many things. You can switch on your lights, your refrigerator, your AC, these kind of things using that are used in smart home. So there also you need to have both privacy as well as authenticity of each devices. So this is again another application of lightweight cryptography. Another example is like in medical sensors, so where a patient would have some monitoring system, and whatever the data they are getting, so this should be transferred to the doctors and it should be sent to the doctor. This is another kind of application where you need both privacy as well as authenticity. So the doctor has to be certain that this is the exact data that you are generating, or this is the exact data that is generated from the patient, as well as it should be private. It should not be like leaked to any other person. So this is where you need both, again, privacy as well as authenticity. And these are the various applications of you can think about lightweight cryptography, where authenticated encryption is useful, is very much useful. So what lightweight cryptography is? So lightweight cryptography basically is a subfield of cryptography that aims to provide cryptographic solutions tailored to constrained environment. So what do you mean? So you basically you are given some constrained environment. So for example, when you consider this RAIN RFID tags, your environment is like, so your whole algorithm should be built within a chip. So it should be it should take very small area. Similarly, when you talk about this vehicular application, it should be very fast. So because there should not be any latency, the speed should be very fast. Otherwise, you can guess that this might lead to some accident. So basically we need tailor-made kind of solutions corresponding to each case. So lightweight, you can just think it about light plus weight. So what weight is? Weight is basically a property of an algorithm or an implementation depending on different metrics of the target platform. So what can be these metric? So it can depend on the various applications. So this metric can be area. So for example, when we talk about application in RAIN RFID tags, you would certainly weight your lightweight. For lightweight, your weight metric should be kind of area. So it should be area optimized. When you talk about this vehicle system or the medical sensor thing, so then you should have high speed. So there your metric should be, or the weight of the algorithm should be considered in terms of kind of throughput as an weight. Similarly, you can talk about this latency you might have latency as the weight, or you might have energy as your weight of an algorithm. So basically, depending on your application, your weight basically varies. Okay. Okay, so where does general purpose crypto and lightweight crypto differs? So general purpose crypto is typically used in several applications, and it basically gives you an algorithm depending on a good trade-off of different various metrics like area, speed, throughput, energy, etc. On the other hand, lightweight crypto is basically used for dedicated resource constraint environment. So when you talk about this RAIN RFID test, you don't need to have a very high speed. You just consider you are bothered about only the area. So general purpose cryptographic algorithms, these are not very well standard or well suitable for lightweight crypto. So for lightweight crypto, you need dedicated algorithms for such devices, and that basically opens up the kind of the avenue for designing basically dedicated algorithms for lightweight cryptography, or designing basically lightweight authenticated encryptions for these kind of dedicated resource constraint environments. Okay, so now let's move to some technical content. So now we'll talk about some desired features on lightweight AED. So when we talk about various properties, so what kind of features you expect from an authenticated encryption algorithm, that depending on the application. So let's first consider the application of high speed or high throughput. So here we talk about some desired features for of the authenticated encryption mode when you kind of apply it for high speed applications. So the first one is like it should be single pass. So what do you mean by single pass? So by single pass, you mean that you should make one pass through the data, simultaneously doing what is needed to ensure both privacy as well as authenticity. So you just go through the data once, not twice. So of course you can have an idea, if you go through twice, then your computational cost would be kind of half of that the 2 per scheme. So if you just think about an example, so here you can see, so you have this 4 kind of block of message. So you basically just goes through this. This is your ciphertext and this is your tag. So you can check. So this message has been processed. So the message has been processed just once. On the other hand, if you talk about this scheme, this Sunday scheme, here you have this message is M1, M2. So here you go through M1, M2 once, and then again you go through this M1, M2 again to generate the ciphertext. So your data has to be processed kind of twice. So you need the number of the processing is kind of twice is required. So for high speed application, you can of course get rid of that. It should be kind of, I mean, single pass is the best option. The second property we can talk about is online. So by online, we mean that encryption produces ciphertext blocks on the fly and before subsequent plain text blocks. So what do you mean? What exactly you mean is the ith ciphertext block that should depend on the first I many plain text block. So it should not have to wait for the whole message to come. So whenever it's up to ith message block comes, it should process up to ith ciphertext block. And this basically ensures no additional memory is required to store intermediate results. And these are extremely useful in real-time streaming protocols as it reduces end-to-end latency. So for example, here you can see, so M1 is only, so C1 is only dependent on M1, not on M2, M3, M4. Again, C2 is only dependent on M2, not on the successive plain text block. On the other hand side, if you look at here, this C1 is basically dependent on all the plain text blocks, and then so all the plain text blocks. So you have to wait for the whole message to come, and then only you can start processing. So for high speed applications, you require that you should, or low latency high applications, you require that your algorithm should be online. The next thing is parallel. So parallel thing, it says that all the ciphertext blocks can be computed in parallel. So it should not depend on like the computation of one ciphertext block should depend on the next computation of the next ciphertext block. So this basically parallelism allows you both hardware and software acceleration proportional to the available computational unit. And you can have a kind of fully pipelined implementation that reduces the latency and provide high speed. So again, for example, here you can see that all these message blocks can be processed parallelly, whereas if you consider here this P1, P2, these are the message blocks. Here you have to process this P1 to get this C1, then only you can process this P2 to get C2, and this way. So this is kind of a sequential, and you cannot make any parallelism here. Okay. Another important feature for high-speed applications are high rate. So rate is basically defined as the number of message blocks processed per primitive invocation. So primitive invocation is basically the nonlinear function, and that is the main costly operation. So rate of an AEAD mode can be at most 1. So this is proven already. So constructions with higher rate reduces basically latency, and particularly they are beneficial to obtain higher speed. So the higher the speed, it should be kind of, the higher the rate, it should give you high speed. Again, like here you can see, so to have process a message of length 4, you need 4 many this primitive call. So here the rate is 1, whereas if you consider here to process a message of length 2, you require 1, 2, 3, 4. So to process 2 blocks, you require 4 blocks of the primitive. So here the rate is 0.5. So for high speed application, you should prefer this rate 1 kind of constructions. And while talking about this rate, so if you, after getting this rate 1, the next thing comes is optimal primitive invocation. So we already have some minimum possible number of nonlinear invocations. So in JMC 18, Chakraborty et al. Gave a bound on the exact number of primitives requires for secure authenticated encryption. And if your design actually makes the exact same number of primitive invocation, that it makes very efficient for short messages. Like, so very short message, like say 64-bit message processing, there if you invoke 1 primitive call and if you invoke 2 primitive calls, they actually, the time actually, it can be very much, it can be doubled actually. So this is where if you requires to reduce latency and process very small messages, then you actually should prefer to have an optimal kind of feature. And the last thing that I'll talk about for high-speed applications is efficient static AD processing. So in many applications, the associated data remains static for all the message. So in many scenarios, basically, it remains static over the course of the communication session. So if you have an efficient static AD processing, then you just use a pre-computed value for, instead of making the whole computation every time. So you just compute it once, store the value, and you just use it for all the cases. So your algorithm or associated data processing can take care of these things. So these are the things that you should take care while designing a high-speed applications. Okay, now let's move on to some other applications. So when you talk about small area implementation, here the desired features are something like that. So the first desired feature is the whole state size or the whole area of your implementation, that should be as low as possible. So what do you mean by state size? It basically gives you a theoretical estimate on the register size, and that directly basically corresponds to the size of the memory. And the state size should be as low as possible for area efficient design. So if you think about these two design, here you can see that if this block size is n bit and your key size is k bit, so for this construction you require a state size of 3n plus k bits, whereas for this kind of construction you just store one state, you just make the XOR, use this operation, then just XOR it. So you need just state size of n bit and along with this key size of k bit. So this is much better while we consider as a small area implementation. On the other hand side, we have already seen that the left hand side is quite efficient when you talk about high speed or parallel applications. Okay. And the second thing you should keep in mind for small area implementation is this inverse free kind of thing. So what inverse free is? Inverse free says that both encryption and verified decryption algorithm does not invoke the inverse of the primitive. So whatever primitive you use in the underlying construction, like a block cipher or a permutation, so if your encryption and the whole verified decryption algorithm does not invoke the inverse, then in many combined encryption decryption AED implementation, that will save you a significant area, because you don't have to, what in several devices you might need to implement both encryption and the decryption, and here you don't need to implement the very decryption algorithm corresponding to the primitive. So that basically saves almost half of the space, and that is very efficient for small area implementation. And so this is basically, you can see, so here you, for decryption, for both the cases, you don't need the EK inverse for the verified decryption algorithm. So this is an inverse free algorithm. On the other hand, if you consider this, to get this plain text, you need this EK inverse. So this is not an inverse free. So this is not a good choice again for small area implementation, and this is a very good choice for this small area implementation. Now moving to the third paradigm, or third is application specific. So here we talk about depth in defense. So here you talk about some features where the robustness of your algorithm is taken care of. So we talk about this nonce thing, that you need to make sure that nonce is not repeated. But what happens if it repeats it? So in this depth of defense kind of category, you provide this nonce misuse resistance that says that it should provide some security even if nonce is repeated. And this is well suited for lightweight applications where storing a counter or generating a random number, that might be difficult to implement. So in these scenarios, this situation, this depth in defense comes into the picture, and this is very useful in this kind of situation. Another interesting property that is interesting for depth in defense is this integrity under release of unverified plain text. So as I have already mentioned that for the verified decryption algorithm, plain text is released only after verification. But now say your device is, you have a very small buffer size, say of 4 kilobyte. Now this may enforce the decryption algorithm to release the plain text before the verification, because the whole plain text size maybe is 1 MB. So there you cannot store the whole thing, and then after verification you cannot release. So there you have to release on the fly. So this gives an adversary an additional power that might be exploited for forging. So if your algorithm, so this property basically ensures whether your algorithm basically holds integrity under this release of unverified plain text. So these are the kind of properties that you require for different applications. Now I'll quickly move to some AED mode classification that basically will talk about kind of all the existing modes, so how we are basically classifying it. So typically we consider all the AED modes, existing modes, they are classified into 5 categories. So these are like parallel mode, feedback based mode, SIV mode, sponge mode, and stream cipher mode. So I'll just basically very quickly go into this. So for parallel mode, as you can see, so all the plain text blocks, these are processed in kind of parallel. These are very well suited for, again, as I've already mentioned, high speed applications. So low latency scenario and high speed applications like vehicular security applications or real-time streaming protocol, these are where these parallel modes are very much useful. For feedback based mode, you typically use the kind of, so this is basically you use a feedback of your state and the current message or associated data block, and you generate the next input to the next primitive call. So this is the basic structure of a feedback kind of mode, and these are basically useful for generating area efficient designs and resource constraint environment such as RFID tags, sensor network, and these are the target applications for this feedback based mode. For SIV based mode, these basically follows a make then encrypt kind of structure. So here you typically use a single state, and you also basically use a single state, and these are kind of, you do not use actually nonce. So these are typically a good candidate for defense in depth category that basically gives you maximal robustness under when the nonce are repeated kind of things. And these are excellent choice for energy efficient designs as well. And the fourth thing is like sponge-based mode. So in sponge-based mode, these are basically public permutation where you use public permutation instead of keyed permutation, and it employs duplex mode of operation, and it has the advantage of kind of key agility or no key scheduling is required. So one example is kind of this, where you would kind of absorbs the data and then basically you squeeze the data to release the ciphertext. So this is another kind of mode. These are well suited for achieving a good balance between hardware cost and software efficiency, and these are versatile in nature, and these are well used for high speed implementation and memory restricted environment. And the final classification of this mode is like stream cipher mode, where you basically use this principle of generating two key stream from, you basically use two key stream from a short key, use the key stream for encryption and the other for the authentication, and basically use these key stream to generate the tag using some universal hash or shift register or permutation. So one example is something like that, where you basically use the grain stream cipher to generate this stream, and you use proper authentication module to extend it for generating the tag. And the target application for these modes are kind of like where you need to achieve high area efficiency, maintaining a good speed. And these are excellent choice for long messages. For short messages, this is not very good, as there is some initial latency. So these are the primary classifications of modes and corresponding target applications. So more or less, if I talk about some design guidelines, so you basically identify the target applications. Depending on the target application, you identify what are the features you need for that, and depending on that, you finally choose the design. You basically choose the mode, and accordingly you propose a concrete design based on these features. So this is more or less kind of a design guidelines for these lightweight cryptographic AAD schemes. So just going through the summary. So we just briefly talk about some basic motivation of authenticated encryption. We just talk about the motivation for lightweight cryptography, and we just talk about some desirable properties of lightweight AAD depending on various applications. And finally, we provide some structural classifications and talk about how we can basically classify these various schemes into different classes and the target applications corresponding to that. So thank you very much. So if you have any questions.
And thank you very much. This was most interesting, and I can see a lot of application that would fit in the medical consultation and the contact between agents in that. So this was most interesting, and I can see what applications you could have in various situations. And I wonder, are there any comments on questions or other? No, I think everyone got a very clear vision of what we talked about.
I have one question.
Yes.
Actually, first of all, thank you, Nilanjana, for this wonderful talk. I was wondering that if we consider the high-speed application scenario, is there any AED mode that satisfy all the required properties? I mean,
so OCB is kind of one algorithm that basically satisfies almost all the properties.
Okay.
So, but again, depending on your application, so OCB does not provide anything on the defense in depth. So if you require some defense in depth, then you have to possibly go for some.
That's why I fix the application scenario first.
So if you just speed or if you just concentrate on speed and high throughput, then I guess OCB is the best thing you can do.
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Datta. And then it's my pleasure to invite next speaker, and that is Shriham Ghosh from University of Haifa, Israel, talking about search for bit-based division properties. Welcome, please.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes. It's visible. Very good.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Today we're going to discuss about search for bit-based division properties. Um, Here is the overall outline of my talk. I will first discuss about background and motivation. Then we'll discuss what is bit-based division property is, and then how to search for bit-based division property. And then we'll briefly discuss about how to transfer the search for bit-based division property problem to a satisfiability problem. And I will conclude my talk. So this is basically a cryptanalysis technique. So in symmetric key cryptography, the cryptanalysis works mostly in two steps. At the first step, we try to find a distinguisher that can distinguish the corresponding primitive from a random function. And in the second step, we use that distinguisher to find the secret key. This is a overall generalization. And integral cryptanalysis is one of such cryptanalysis technique. The cryptanalysis technique was discovered by Demen et al. And it is named as square attack because it was discovered to attack the square block cipher. Then it was formalized by Kunsen and Wanger under the name of integral cryptanalysis. So integral distinguisher or integral attacks actually exploits the propagation of simple properties from plain text to ciphertext. So the basic idea is we we take a set of plain text with some structure, and we'll try to find the structure in the ciphertext, some specific structure. And if that is exists, then we can say that this cipher is actually distinguishable from a random function, because a random function should not have this structure with certainty or with high probability. And these properties propagate through different operation of the cipher. So let's discuss briefly what properties actually exploited by integral cryptanalysis. So let us consider a multiset P, which is a set of vectors of dimension n, and all the elements of this vector are from f2 to the power m. So this is a m-bit words. So all the elements, any element p of this set is of the form a n-bit vector, where each pi is called a word. And these are the properties most of the integral distinguisher considers. So first property is all property. If the word position contains all possible values exactly once, the balance property, where word position is sum to 0 when you consider XOR sum. So here I am considering XOR sum because all the word is taken from f2 to the power m. So it's a addition over the field f2. So if the word position is 0 when you sum all the elements, then we call it balance property. And if the word position is identical for all the vectors, then we call it constant property. So we'll go through an example to understand it better. So let us consider this set P, where all the it's a 16 size vector, where all the elements are taken from f2 to the power 8, and C is a constant. So if we can see that the 15th word, the last word has all properties, because we are considering all possible vector from f to the power 8. Similarly, the 15th word, if we sum all the elements of a field, it's sum to 0. So the 15th word is also has balance property. And all other words, from 0 to 14, have the constant property. So these are the this is a set we are considering. This can be a input set, the plain text set, or a output set, or the ciphertext set. And we will consider such a set and try to find this type of property, and so to distinguish it from a cipher from a random function. So what is the division property? The motivation of division property is that it's a generalization of integral property that was introduced by Toto at ULICRIP 2015. And today's in our discussion, we will consider bit-based division property. In FSC, Toto and Mori first introduced this bit-based division property, where integral property consider the properties at the word level. Todo and Mori, the bit-based division property introduced by Todo and Mori, actually consider the properties at the bit level. So suppose f is a function that maps an n-bit vector to an n-bit vector, and x is the input set and y is the output set. Now, the bit-based division property exploits the following fact. So if we consider one bit of the output, say ith bit, and we sum all the elements of the output set for that ith bit, then it is 0 or not. I mean, it is predictable that it is 0 or it is not predictable. So if we can perfectly predict that it is 0 or not, then we can distinguish this function from a random function, because for a random function, it is hard to predict these things. So here is the some notation I'll use in this discussion. So K is a successor of, the first notation is K is a successor of K prime if for all K and K, for all I, Ki greater equal to Ki prime. The bit product function, that is a function from f2 to the power n to f2, and it is the product of all the elements xi to the power ui. So this is, if we consider x as a vector and u as a vector, then x to the power u, which is noted, this function will be, I will note this function as x to the power u. And so x to the power u, so u is a vector, is a bit vector. I mean, all the elements are 0 or 1. And based on that coordinate position 0 or 1, we will select the position from x. The algebraic normal form of ANF is that it's a unique multivariate way to describe a Boolean function, which is AUF and pi ux, and sum of those things. Also, to small notation that that capital I1 to IP is a n-dimensional vector where all the coordinates is 1 except for the position I1 to IP, and Y also a n-dimensional vector while all the coordinates are 0 except for the position J1 to J2. So here is the definition of bit-based division property. So a multiset X, which is a set from f2 to the power n, that means set of n bit vectors, is said to have bit-based division property dkn for some set of n-dimensional vector k if it fulfills the following condition. So we'll consider x belongs to x, x to the power u. So we'll consider some x to the power u, x uth power of x, and sum of all those elements. And if there is a k belongs to k such that u is a successor of k and the sum is unknown, otherwise this is 0. So basically, why this is called division property, because the set k actually divide the whole f2 to the power n in two parts, where we can certainly say this is 0, and for the other part we cannot say anything, this is unknown. It can be 0 or can be 1. And the balanced bit, this is another definition I'll use. So so y is a multiset of vectors, and that a bit position I is called a balanced bit if for y belongs to y, all the sum of the ith position is 0. So I will consider this example for the talk. So this is a substitution permutation network, and in the substitution permutation network, each round function consists of 2 layers. So this is called one round function. So here in this picture, we can see actually 2 round function. So each round function contains 2 layers. One is nonlinear layer. This S layer is nonlinear layer or substitution layer. And then this permutation is linear operation. So this is a permutation layer. And the S layer we are considering here is f2 to the power 4 to f2 to the power 4 function. That means a 4-bit to 4-bit function. So there can be 16 possible input and 16 possible output. So for each input, we have a possible output. So for this kind of function, round by round, we can consider this function as a iterative function. So consider this iterative primitive f0 composition f1 to fr. So if each fi is a round of this function of this cipher, and for this iterative function, we can consider division trail. So what is that? That is, we start from an input property, which is a singleton set k0. And we'll go through the function, we'll propagate through the function, we track the property, how it's going. So from k0 to k1 to k2 and all such things, and where for any vector ki belongs to ki, so a vector small ki belongs to capital Ki, if and only if there exists a ki minus 1 such that ki minus 1 property can propagate to ki by division property propagation rules. So we'll discuss about the rules. So first of all, in the previous picture, we have two layers. One is substitution layers, one is permutation layer. So first, let's discuss how to track the division property through substitution layer. So here is the idea. So as the S box layer is divided into small parts, which is called S box, and those for the small part we can exhaustively search for division property. So how to do that? This idea was proposed by Jiang et al. In 2016. And the idea is we consider an input property, which is a, so say the input property is a m-bit vector. And we compute the following set of monomials, f(a)x, which is x to the power b, for all b, which is successor of a. And for any a, if y to the power a contains a monomial from f(a)x, then u belongs to k. That means a to u is a valid trail. So here is an example. So this is a S box S, which maps a x0 to x3 to y0 to y3. It is the previous S box that we have seen for the SPN. And the ANF is given by this. Now we consider y to the power 1100, which, or the meaning of this is y3, y2. And y3, y2 we can compute easily. Now, for this y3, y2, we can see that x1, x2 actually belongs to some monomial of y2, y3. So we can say that, sorry, this is a typo. This will be x1, x2. And x1, x2 actually belongs to y3, y2. And 0, 1, 1, 0, this is the corresponding exponent of x1, x2. So this is 0 because x0 is missing here, x1, x2, and this is x3. So 0, 1, 1, 0, there is a valid trail from 0, 1, 1, 0 to 1, 1, 0, 0, which is the corresponding notation for y3, y2. So overall, we have a 8-bit valid trail, 0, 1, 1, 0 to 1, 1, 0, 0. Similarly, we can consider another example. So here x0, x2 and x0, x1. So corresponding to x0, x2, we have a trail 0, 1, 0, 1 to 1, 1, 0, 0 and 0, 0, 1, 1 to 1, 1, 0, 0. These are valid trails. So like this, we can compute valid trails from each input, 4-bit input, to outputs. So here's the table. Here's the complete table of the S box we have seen before. So this table, and corresponding to each input, we have several outputs. So consider the third row corresponding to this input 0010. We have 4 output properties, and with this, so one input and any of the output property we can consider, and together we can concatenate them, and we can get a 8-bit vector. So 4-bit for input and 4-bit for output. And there are 4 output possible outputs, so we have 4 possible vectors. And how to find propagation through linear layer? So here in this example, we have bit permutation layer. That means at output of every round is permuted before passing through the next round. And for this bit permutation layer, it is easy to model. We just permute the symbols. For matrix multiplication, this is a bit hard. This is called rank method proposed by Chang et al. And so AU with weight of A to equal to weight of U is a valid division trail if the matrix M dash has rank weight of A, where M dash Ij is equal to nothing but the submatrix selected by the non-zero elements of A and U. Now, we are not going to discuss this in more detail. It is still an open problem how to model this rank method in various tools. So now for the next part of propagation of bit-based division property, we'll try to find how to find input property and output property. So for a cipher, we'll consider this embedded property, which was proposed in 2017, that for any two vectors, k0 and k1, if k0 is a successor of k1, And if the output multiset under K0 does not have any balance bit, that means does not have any interesting property, then the output multiset under K1 also has no balance bit. That means if for a greater things we don't have any balance bit, we don't need to consider any lower things. So that's why we consider the input property K of the form INI. If you remember the notation, INI is a all one vectors except for the ith position. So we'll consider weight n minus 1 vector. We'll search for division property. If we can't find anything, any balance bit, then we have to stop the search. So we don't need to search for any lower weight vectors. For output property, if X is a multiset with bit-based division property dkn and X does not have any balance bit, if and only if K contains all the weight 1 vectors. So if the output division property set contains all the weight 1 vectors, then we don't have any balance bit. And for this the reason, we consider the output property of the form outj, which is weight 1 vectors for all possible j. So how to search for bit-based division property? So finding this bit-based division property is a tedious job. We can see that if we start from the starting with a singleton set, the set in the next term will increase. So it will explode. So how to manage this search? The direct programming approach was used by Todo for 32-bit cipher, Simon 32 and CIMIC 32. But for modern day cipher, it is impossible to do indirect approach, or very hard to do indirect approach. So in this case, automatic tools plays a significant role. So what is the idea of using automatic tools in cryptanalysis? Not only for integral cryptanalysis, for other cryptanalysis also. The main idea is to transform this search problem. These are all search problem. And the main idea is to transform this search problem into some mathematical problem, such as linear programming problem, or a satisfiability problem, or constant programming problem. And for all these problems, we have free open source available tools we can use to solve those problems. So the basic idea is to transform this problem to a search problem to a mathematical problem and solve those problems using available tools. So here is the previous work in this direction. So mixed integer linear programming technique for division property search was proposed in 2016 by Xiang et al. And SAT-SMT or satisfiability theory based modeling was proposed by San et al. In 2017. And CP based modeling was proposed by San et al. In 2017 in a different publication. And so let's discuss. So in this discussion, we'll consider only satisfiability based tools. And so first of all, let's discuss how to model a S-box using SAT tools. So here is the division property propagation table of the S-box we have seen before. Now consider these vectors. So we will consider a Boolean function of the form this. So fs a concatenate b is a Boolean function if a comma b is in the table. That means if ab is a valid trail, then we will consider this one. And if AB is not a valid trail, then this will give us 0. So like this, we can consider a Boolean function. So the function that's satisfied only by the valid trails. Now, if we have this function and if we set the function to a SAT solver, the solver will give us only the valid trails. So this was our main motivation, and this is satisfied by this idea. So how to transfer this problem to a SAT problem? So the SAT problem is a decision problem. Given you have given a Boolean formula and decide whether there is an assignment that to the variables so that it is evaluated to 1. So if there is assignment, then we call the formula is satisfiable. If there is no assignment, then we call it's unsatisfiable or not satisfiable. So let us consider this formula x0 or x1 or not x3. Now this is satisfiable for x0 equal to 1, x1 equal to 1, x2 can be 0 or 1 anything, and x3 equal to 0. So this is a formula that's satisfiable by this assignment, and there are two solutions because for x0 we can take 0 or 1 anything. So this is an example of a satisfiable problem. So our main motivation is to model a bit-based division property search problem to a SAT such that each solution of it be a valid division trail. So in other words, every solution of the SAT problem, it is a solution if and only if this is a valid division trail. So again, this is a substitution permutation network, and in the first stage, we have an input property and corresponding output property after the S box layer. So this S box maps the input to output, and corresponding to this, we have input property and output property. And you can see that this corresponding to this S box, we can model a SAT problem such that, so A0, A1, A2, A3, and B0, B1, B2, B3, this is a valid trail if and only if S of A0, A1, A2, A3, B0, 1, B2, B3 equal to 1. So this, if it is satisfying this this SAT formula, then only this is a valid trail. So this is how we can model a SAT problem. So for the complete cipher, we have chain of propagation like this. So we have input vector A0, then we have a S box operation, we have A1, then we have a permutation that is B1 like this. From A0 to A1, the S box operation, we can model using the SAT formula we have already seen. And for the permutation layer, as this is just a bit permutation, we just rename the variables from A1 to B1. So that's why I colored it red. We don't need to do anything here like this. And so first we set the values for the input variable of our choice. As we discussed, we will start with n-1 as weight vectors, and we'll decrease one by one. And for the output variables, we will set OJ for some coordinate j. Finally, we solve the system. If the system is not satisfiable, then there is no division property trail from the input to output property. And if there is no division trail, that means the sum is 0. So the jth output bit is balanced, and we have a distinguisher. And what is the complexity of this distinguisher? So the distinguisher complexity is weight of the input property. So the input property we have chosen, corresponding to that, the complexity directly depends on the input property. So here I will summarize the discussion. So the bit-based division property is an important tool for integral cryptanalysis. In fact, all the successful integral cryptanalysis techniques used by this bit-based division property. And finding bit-based division property is hard. Automatic tools such as mixed integer linear programming, satisfiability based tool, and constant programming based tool can help to search these things. For mixed integer linear programming, we have solver like Gurobi, which is open source, kind of open source, and Simplex. Also for satisfiability, we have MiniSat. MiniSat is open source, also comes with many Linux distribution. And we have Crypto MiniSat, that is also open source. For constant programming, we have Chafed, a open source tool, and OR tools by Google. And all these things are open source, so we can use these things to find bit-based division property and other cryptanalysis properties. The main challenge is to model a property to a mathematical problem. So the modeling should be efficient, and we need to model in such a way that it can be easily solved or efficiently solved. So these are some recent results I have found using division property. So ASCON 320, as Dr. Nilanjan already discussed, this is a sponge-based authenticated encryption scheme. And for 5 round, using 2 to the power 12 data complexity, we have 2 valence bit. And these are, so using only directly applying SAT, it takes 15 hours of time. But if we transfer the SAT, the table-based approach, so input to output property approach to a connecting normal form, then it takes 20 minutes. Similarly, for constant programming-based approach. Similarly, rectangle, which is a well-known cipher, present is a well-known cipher, and gift also a well-known cipher used in some niche lightweight construction. So these are the latest result, and so all these results that I have found, the modeling technique is open source. So this is the QR code you can scan for the code. These are open source code in GitHub. You can use those code to see how this modeling can be done. And and thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This was a very well read and timekeeping presentation. And I wonder if there are any questions or comments. Well, then thank you again. And I call next speaker, which is Suparna Kundu from Belgium, to talk about integration of masking techniques in post-quantum key encapsulation mechanisms, SAHIR, to prevent side channel attacks. Please welcome.
Yeah, am I audible?
Y-
Yeah, so I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen as well?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. I'm Suparna Kundu. Today I'll present our work, Integration of Masking Technique in Post-Quantum Key Encapsulation Mechanism, such as SAVER, to prevent side channel attacks. Often in the real-world crypto system, there is side channel attacks which uses power consumption information, electromagnetic radiations from the device, which is executing the cryptographic algorithm. Point to be noted, these kind of attacks exploit the implementation vulnerability of a mathematically secure cryptographic scheme. Now, one of the countermeasure of side channel attacks is masking technique. Now I will give a very brief introduction how masking techniques works. Let's say this is a cryptographic algorithm and it takes input and interacts with a secret key S and gives output. Now, let's say there is an adversary who can get some who can probe during this execution and get some information from this when this execution is happening from the device. And now he or she can get some information related with this secret key S. So in that case, that information, that side channel information will be related with this secret key S. So and it will it's become easier to find S with a few number of traces when it takes. Now in masking scenario, we split this secret key S into multiple shares. To prevent this attack, this specific attack, we split this secret key into two shares, such as S1 and S2, and then we will apply all the cryptographic operation on with these secret shares separately, and it will give two output shares, which are output 1 and output 2, and by combining these two output shares, one can get the desired output. Now let us assume we have the same attack scenario now. In that case, the attacker has only one access for when the competition is going on, and then he or she can get information about either S1 or S2, not both of them. So and S1 and S2 are independent with each other, and only one relation they hold, that is the composition between S1 and S2 is S. So getting some information about S1 will not help to get the whole secret key S. So the finding the whole secret key remains hard. However, if the attacker has more power now, he or she can probe twice in this channel. In that case, he or she can get information about S1 and S2, both of them. And in that case, finding S will be same as before. However, in this case, number of traces will increase, but he or she can get the secret key S after some traces and some more calculations. But to prevent that attack, we have to increase the number of shares here, and there higher order masking techniques comes into place. Now in higher order masking techniques, let's say for T order masking, we split the secret key or sensitive values, all the sensitive values, into T plus 1 shares. Let's say it's S is the secret key. In that case, we'll split the S into T plus 1 shares, which are S0, S1, and ST. And then we will perform all the operation or cryptographic operation on each of these secret shares separately. Now here our attack model is adversary can see up to T intermediate sensitive values. And with that, he or she will not able to attack mask cryptographic scheme. Now I'll talk about there are several kind of masking techniques, and I'll talk about two kind of masking techniques. One of them is arithmetic masking. Here we split the secret key S into T plus 1 shares, S0, S1 up to ST, and by performing addition in modulo Q field, one can get the secret key S. This is the arithmetic masking techniques, and these kind of masking techniques are useful or cheaper for some operations which are modular additions, modular subtraction, modular multiplication, all those kind of modular operations. And there is another kind of masking techniques that is called Boolean masking. In that masking techniques as well, we will split the secret key S into T plus 1 shares, S0 to ST. However, by performing XOR operation on all those shares S0 to ST, one can get the secret key S. And these kind of operations are useful for all the Boolean operations and cheaper for all the Boolean operations of the cryptographic protocol, which are XOR, AND, OR, shift, these kind of operations. Now, in this work, our goal was to to make side-channel secure post-quantum module learning with error or module learning with rounding-based key encapsulation mechanism. Now, the only niche standard for key encapsulation mechanism we have, that is Kyber, that is based on a module learning with error problem. That actually that is a derivation of learning with error problem. In that case, let's say this is a public matrix A multiplied with S and addition with E, and that gives an output that is B, that is also public, and there is another, let's say another random output, another random number B prime. In that case, given A, B prime and B will be hard to distinguish. That is the module learning with error decision version of module learning with error problem. And there is another third round finalist key encapsulation mechanism is Saver, that uses the variant of this hard problem. In that case, this error is generalized by that rounding operation. Now, in this work, our goal was to generalize the masked implementation by parameterizing the security order. Here we faced few challenges such as like module learning with error or module learning with rounding based or this kind of lattice based construction uses arithmetic and Boolean, both kind of operations. And conversion between arithmetic shares to Boolean shares and Boolean shares to arithmetic shares are very expensive. So so we have to reduce this conversion as much as possible. And there is another thing like there are few components such as mask polynomial comparison, which is in this kind of algorithms, are cheaper when we try to protect against first order side channel attacks. However, it becomes costly when we try to prevent higher order side channel attacks. Now I will use the key encapsulation mechanism Saver for rest of the talk. So I'll give a very brief introduction about Saver. It is, as I mentioned earlier, it is based on module learning with rounding problem, and it is a variant of learning with error problem. And it is a NIST round 3 finalist candidate. This key encapsulation mechanism consists of 3 algorithms: key generation, encapsulation, and decapsulation. And it is a chosen ciphertext attack secure key encapsulation mechanism. So the same secret key used for multiple decapsulation. So we have to protect the decapsulation operation, as the decapsulation operation in Saver is the most vulnerable operation, as it uses long-term secret key, which is S here. I have used this red circle to denote the secret key for the decapsulation operation. This is the decapsulation algorithm of Saver. And here all the component which interacts influenced by the secret key S, all the operations which are influenced by the secret key S are in color gray. So we have to mask all of this operation to protect this secret key, because any leakage from these intermediate values can also leak some information dependent with the secret key S. Now, there, as I mentioned earlier, we need to use two kind of masking techniques to mask this kind of decapsulation algorithm, or this kind of algorithms. Like here, as I mentioned earlier as well, like the polynomial multiplication, polynomial addition, subtraction, these kind of operations are cheaper if we use arithmetic masking techniques. So here, for these operations, we have used arithmetic masking techniques, and here I have used color blue to denote arithmetically masked operations. Now, I will give how we mask addition and multiplication in this scenario. Let's say for addition, this is a addition where x and y are two operands, and the output is z. Now, there can be two scenarios. In one scenario, both x and y will be masked, and in another scenario, x will be masked and 1 will not be masked. We don't need to secure y. Like in this scenario, only this output is masked, this one is not masked, and like in this scenario, there is both of them are masked. This one, this operand, and this operand. So we need both of them. Now, when we let's say for let's say x is the masked one in first case, and then x will have t+1 shares, which are x0, x1 up to xt, and y is not masked. In that case, the share of z will be, let's say for z0 will be z x0 plus y, and all other shares of z will be xi. In that case, we will get the ultimate z by performing modular sum on z0 to up to zt. And there can be another scenario when y is also masked also. Then y have t+1 shares, which are y0, y1 up to yt. In that case, the shares of z will be zi, which is xi plus yi for all i's, which are 0 to t. And there is for modular multiplication, we have two operands x and y. In our scenario, we have only one masked polynomial, and another one is always unmasked, as you can see here, here, and here. So for that, we have, let's say x is the masked one. So x has t+1 shares, and y is not masked. So the shares of z will be, let's say zi, will be xi multiplied with y. Then by performing z0, by performing addition in module field z0 to zt, we can get z. Now, there, as I mentioned earlier, we also need some Boolean masking techniques for few operations, which are like this. This is the shift operation. It is cheaper and secure if we use Boolean masking techniques for this one, and this is a equality checking operation component that uses AND operation. So this is also cheaper if we use Boolean masking techniques. There is another two components, which are G and XOF here. Both of them are some hash functions which uses kcheck, the response function kcheck, and these are also secure and cheaper if we use Boolean masking techniques. And here I have used the color orange to denote Boolean masking components. Now, there is another component, that is centered binomial distribution. This is that component. Here, as you can see, the output of this XOF function are Boolean share. However, the input of these components will be arithmetic shares. So we need some Boolean to arithmetic conversions as well. So, and if we put this Boolean to arithmetic conversion in between this in this centered binomial distribution component, that is the most optimal implementation we got. So we used the Boolean to arithmetic conversion in between this centered binomial distribution. And so it is here we use both kind of masking techniques. And one point to be noted, that this is that Boolean to arithmetic conversion is very costly operation, and we have used these two color notation to denote that it uses both kind of masking techniques. Now we have one more component remained, that is arithmetic to Boolean conversion. As you can see, the output of this operation are arithmetically masked. However, the input of this operand are Boolean masked, Boolean shares. So we need some arithmetic to Boolean conversions here, here, and here. And so we used the arithmetic to Boolean conversion in these three places, and we used this red rectangle to denote arithmetic to Boolean conversion in this picture. And this is another most costly operation in our for this decapsulation algorithms. And that there is I will go through how this A to B arithmetic to Boolean conversion works, and I will explain with a very simple example. This uses divide and conquer approach. Here, let's say we are taking 3 as t, so we have 4 shares x0, x1 up to xt, which are arithmetically masked, which are arithmetic shares. So the x equal to summation of x0 plus x0 plus x1 plus x2 plus x3 in mod 2 to the power k field. And the output is C0, C1, C2, C3, and the XOR of Ci's will be the summation of Xi. So in this approach, first we'll split this input into two parts. One part will contain x0 and x1, and another part will contain x2 and x3. Now then we will perform that A to B conversion, like we will first divide and then we'll perform A to B again. And now for let's say for this one, x0 and x1, we take this x0 and x1, then we split this x0 and x1, and then we perform expand operation. And in this expand operation, we will expand this x0 to y0 prime and y1 prime. And it satisfies this equation, which is x0 equals y0 prime XOR y1 prime. And we find this with some random numbers. Let's say we chose y0 prime, a random number y0 prime, and then we will perform XOR operation with x0 to find y1 prime. And similarly, we can expand x1 to z0 prime and z1 prime. Then we will perform secured add operation, such as that this x0 plus x1 in mod 2 to the power k, it will equal with y0 prime XOR y1 prime, summation with z0 prime XOR z1 prime in mod 2 to the power k field, and that will equal with c0 prime XOR c1 prime. So after that, we'll put this output as we'll put this c0 prime and c1 prime as the output of this A to B conversion on x0 and x1, and then we will again expand this this output c0 prime to c1 prime to y0, y1, y2, y3 for this one, and similarly here z0 to z3. Then we will again perform secure AND to get this output c0, c1, c2, c3. In this way, we'll get Boolean shares of arithmetic share, and we'll convert. This is the conversion algorithm. It's the most simple example of this conversion algorithm. Now the whole this slide presents the whole implementation results of masking of the decapsulation algorithm of Saber. As you can see, with the increment of orders, like increment of order means increment of t, the performance increases. The performance cycle increases. Here I have used the ARM Cortex M4 platform, and for that we have used post quantum crypto library for ARM Cortex M4 framework, and compiled with this this ARM EA by GCC version 9.2.1. Now you can see here the overhead factor for first order is against this unmasked version when we are just simply executing the decapsulation algorithm, has 2.69 overhead, which increases with order. That becomes 4.96 for second order, and it increases with for third order as well. And that masking countermeasures comes with performance degradation. So we have to, it's really important to improve the performance by reducing those component, by reducing some extra components during integration of masking techniques on server as much as possible. And there is some random bytes which we needed to maintain the security of masking techniques, and that also increases with order. As you can see, it is 42 kilobytes for second order, which becomes 91 kilobyte for third order. Now I'll show some comparison results with the state-of-the-art implementations. Here we the purple one shows the implementation performance of Sabre, and the orange one shows performance results for Kyber. As you can see, the performance degradant for Kyber increases with order more than Sabre. However, for the unmasked version, the performance of Sabre or Kyber was same, but the performance degradation for Kyber increases a lot with order. Now there are for future works, we can use our masking techniques on Kybers as well, because Sabre and Kyber, both of them share a lot of similar components. However, there are few components which are extra, which are more in Kyber than Sabre one, which I showed with this purple sun thing. However, it's interesting to see that with this improvement, is it possible, with our improved results, is it possible to improve the state of the implementation of mask Kyber or not? And there are few more features, like improve the performance of masking building blocks to improve the mask implementations for not only for lattice-based crypto systems, for also all crypto system which uses the same masking building blocks. And post-quantum crypto masked post-quantum cryptographic schemes uses a lot of random bytes, and in some there are some systems where the random bytes need to be provided from outside, so reducing these random bytes are need for those kind of systems. And there is another kind of physical attacks, which is fault attacks, that also exploit implementation vulnerability of these kind of mathematically secure cryptographic schemes. And masking cannot prevent all kind of fault attacks. However, it can prevent some, but it can sometimes it increase it helps to increase fault attacks. So it's really good to have some fault attack secure post-quantum schemes as well. Thank you. And this is the publication of this work.
Well, thank you, Suparna Kundu. That was very interesting, and a lot of screens here, almost like masks. I mean, getting through the message in various media. Very fascinating, and I think we are all very enthusiastic about this, and we might have comments or questions.
I have one question. Thank you, Suparna, for your wonderful talk. So hi, I'm Soposachi.
Hi.
So, when you are talking about the side channel leakages, so
Yeah.
you are only considering like leaking the physical bits, or like any kind of. So how do you model this side channel leakage theoretically?
Theoretically, like we will yeah, that Hamming weight distance, especially by here we'll try to model those Hamming weight distance and get some information about that secret key. Like mostly we use that divide and conquer approach to get some information about secret key, because this kind of the secret key here we use here, it's a polynomial, 256 coefficient polynomial. So getting one coefficient, we'll try to get one coefficient from the leakage, and then we'll try to get the whole polynomial by doing that. Yeah. First we'll check with all known messages and all known keys. Then we'll try to get arbitrary unknown key and all known messages to get which one will be the key. Yeah.
So kind of interpolating
Yeah.
with the outputs. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. This was a nice talk. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank
Yes, I agree. It was very fascinating to see the running text. Some where I think the text was ahead of you. How do you do that? Are you a bit delayed yourself and the text is like making a time jump or something? Because I thought the text was sometimes ahead of you.
Oh, that means my internet is slow, maybe.
Yeah, well, it's this cryptography. It's very fascinating. You get always. But anyhow, thank you again. And now it's my pleasure to invite next speaker, which is Master Ayepriyo Adhikari. And he's talking about cloud computing, a few aspects of that. Welcome, please. The screen is yours.
Good evening, everybody. The title of my talk is Cloud Computing Few Aspects. My name is Avipriya Adhikari from Class 7 Don Bosco Park Circus. So let's start with the video. We know that the World Cup was over like 3 days ago. Cloud. A cloud refers to servers that are accessed over the internet and the software and databases that run on those servers. So what is cloud computing? Cloud computing is the on-demand availability of computer system resources, especially data storage and computing power, without direct active management by the user. For example, Amazon Web Services, Google and Salesforce. Importance of cloud computing. Cloud storage is not only safe and secure, it's also cost effective. Without cloud storage, we're constantly spending money on local on-premises storage, whether it's through purchase or just maintenance. Cloud bases have low hardware cost, backup and recovery cost, and security compliance, while on the other hand, on-premises have high hardware cost, medium backup cost, and high maintenance cost. Let's come to the types of cloud computing services. There are three main types of cloud computing services: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service is a standardized, highly automated offering in which computing resources owned by a service provider communicate and networking capabilities are offered to customers on demand. Users to launch virtual machines on demand. Agility of hardware that runs it. However, we still need to maintain the virtual machine by performing tasks such as configuring, patching, and installing the software that runs on it. DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean is a cloud hosting provider that offers cloud computing services and infrastructure as a service. Platform as a service. Platform as a service is a cloud service delivery model where a third-party cloud service provider delivers some hardware and software tools, often those needed for application hosting or development to customers over the internet. For example, Google App Engine. Google App Engine is a cloud computing platform as a service for developing and hosting web applications in Google managed data centers. Applications are sandboxed and ran across multiple servers. Microsoft Office Web App is an online version of the Microsoft Office suite that provides global and free access to the Microsoft Office solutions. Rather than being installed on a server, on a user's computer, Microsoft Office web apps are hosted and executed at Microsoft's data centers. Elastic Beanstalk. AWS Elastic Beanstalk is an orchestration service offered by Amazon Web Services for developing applications which orchestrates various AWS services, including EC2, S3, Simple Notification Service, CloudWatch, Autoscaling, and Elastic Load Balancers. Software as a service. Software as a service is a way of delivering applications over the internet as a service. Instead of installing and maintaining software, we simply access it via the internet, freeing ourselves from complex software and hardware management. For example, Microsoft 365 is a product family of productivity software, collaboration, and cloud-based services owned by Microsoft that ensures we always have the most up-to-date Office apps from Microsoft. Gmail. Gmail is a free web-based email service provided by the Google that provides users with 15 GB of storage for messages and the ability to search for specific messages. We can send and receive emails, block spams, create an address book, and perform other basic email tasks. Google Docs. Google Docs is an online word processor included as a part of free web-based Google Docs editor suite offered by Google, which also includes Google Sheets, Google Slides, Google Drawings, Google Forms, Google Slides, and etc. Types of cloud computing. There are four main types of cloud computing: private clouds, public clouds, hybrid clouds, and community clouds. A private cloud is a computing model that offers a secure and dedicated environment for a single business. For example, HPE GreenLake. Public cloud. The cloud resources are owned and operated by a third-party cloud service provider and delivered over the internet. With the public cloud, all hardware, software, and other supporting infrastructure are owned and managed by the cloud provider. For example, Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure. Hybrid cloud. A hybrid cloud is one in which applications are running in a combination of different environments. Basically, a hybrid cloud is a combination of both a private and a public cloud. For example, the Google Cloud Platform. Community cloud. Community cloud is a cloud infrastructure that allows systems and services to be accessible by a group of several organizations to share the information. It is owned, managed, and operated by one or more organizations in the community, a third party, or a combination of them. For example, our government organization within India may share computing infrastructure in the cloud to manage data. Now let's come to a few advantages and disadvantages of cloud computing. Advantages: backup and restore data. Once the data is stored in the cloud, it is easier to get backup and restore that data using the cloud. Improved collaboration. Cloud applications improve collaboration by allowing groups of people to quickly and easily share information in the cloud via shared storage. Excellent accessibility. Cloud allows us to quickly and easily access, store information anywhere, anytime in the whole world using an internet connection. An internet cloud infrastructure increases organization, productivity, and efficiency by ensuring that our data is always accessible. Low maintenance cost. Cloud computing reduces both hardware and software maintenance costs for organizations. Mobility. Cloud computing allows us to easily access all cloud data via mobile services in the pay-per-use model. Cloud computing offers application programming interfaces to the users for access services on the cloud and pays the charges as per the usage of service. Unlimited storage capacity. Cloud offers us a huge amount of storing capacity for storing our important data such as documents, images, audio, video, etc. in one place. Data security. Data security is one of the biggest advantages of cloud computing. Cloud offers many advanced features related to security and ensures that data is securely handled and stored. Now let's come to a few disadvantages of cloud computing. Internet connectivity. In cloud computing, every data is stored on the cloud and we access these data through the cloud by using the internet. If we do not have a good internet connectivity, we cannot access these data. Vendor lock-in. Vendor lock-in is one of the biggest disadvantage of cloud computing. Organizations may face problems when transferring their services from one vendor to another, as different vendors provide different platforms that can cause difficulty from moving information from one cloud to another. Limited control. Cloud infrastructure is completely owned, managed, and monitored by a service provider, so the cloud users have less control over the function and execution of services within a cloud infrastructure. Security. Although cloud service providers implement the best security standards to store important information, but before adopting cloud technology, we should be aware that we will be sending all our organization's sensitive information to a third party, that is, a cloud computing service provider. While sending the data on the cloud, there may be a chance that our organization's information is hacked by hackers. Thank you, and wishing you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, and so nice to see you again, and how you have grown and how good English you speak.
Thank you.
It's a real
Thank you.
roller, and this was a very nice overview, and you got it all in your hands. And one question I have is there any costs, so to say, coupled with the use of the cloud computing, or
Can you please
any
repeat
money?
the question? I couldn't hear it. Can you please repeat the
Yes.
question once?
Oh, yes. Is it gratis, or does it cost anything to use the cloud computing?
Yeah, means it obviously costs something. Means we are using the virtual machines and storing our information, so it will cost something. Means not that
Yes.
much. That means not not too much as we are buying normal on-premises storage, but it will cost less
Yes.
as compared to the on-premises.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, well, that was very, very good and clear presentation, and there must be many comments and questions on this. Please, I leave the word. No, you said it all. Again, thank you, and already looking forward to meeting you in person next year. Yes.
Yeah.
You must continue this path, absolutely.
Thank you.
And then I invite next speaker, which is Dr. Sabayashi Dutta, University of Calgary, Canada, for talking about leakage resilient cheating detectable secret shared. Thank you so much. Let's
Thank
come.
you.
Please.
Thank you, Professor. So, am I audible clearly, or okay? So, okay. Hello, everyone. So, I'm going to talk about leakage resilient cheating detectable secret sharing. So this is a joint work with my postdoc supervisor, Ray Safavineni. And so this is a work that has already been published in ACISP in 2021. So I'm going to just present the material now. Okay, thank you. So as we know that so encryption is not the only way to protect the confidentiality of data. So we can use secret sharing as an alternative to divide the secret information of a user, dividing the secret in a randomized way, so that each part of this division is called a share. And we need to guarantee that whenever we want to get hold of the secret data, it should be recoverable from the shares. So the first secret sharing scheme was proposed by Shamir. It's a very easy scheme, and it uses a very basic mathematical tools to achieve a T out of n, what we call a T out of n secret sharing, where there are n many servers or n many players, and a user or a dealer who has a secret entity S. He or she divides the secret entity S into several shares, y1 up to yn, give the shares to the servers or the players, and to recover the secret information S, what he really needs is are T many shares from T many players. So this number T is called the threshold value of the secret sharing scheme, which means that T shares are enough to reconstruct the secret. You do not need all the N shares. Okay, well, T could be equal to N also. So it depends upon the dealer how he wants to distribute the secret S. So as an example, so suppose T is equal to 3. So what a dealer does is chooses a degree T minus 1 polynomial over the finite field Z modulo P, and the secret, he takes the secret as the constant term of a polynomial, so in this case, when T is equal to 3, the degree of the polynomial is 3 minus 1, that is 2. It's a quadratic polynomial. So the secret is the constant term, and what the dealer does is he chooses two coefficients at random from the finite field Z modulo P. So what are the shares? So each player is identified with a value xi. So the ith player is identified with the value xi. So it's a public value, and everybody knows. Everybody means like it's a public information. So everyone knows the identity of the player, ith player, for I equal to 1 up to n, and the share is computed by the dealer in the following manner. So he or she evaluates the polynomial at that point xi, and whatever is the output of that computation is the share for the ith player. So as you can see from the right-hand side graph, the shares are actually the values, blue points on the curve, on the red curve, which is a quadratic curve. And the shares are given to the n players. So you can see that if you have now 3 shares from 3 players, then a quadratic polynomial, this quadratic polynomial is uniquely determined by the 3 shares. And so once the dealer can compute the polynomial, it can compute the value S easily. So this is the idea. So what the dealer does is an interpolation from 3 points on the curve, and he interpolates the 3 points to get back the polynomial whose constant term gives back the secret value. Okay. So the main 2 properties of any T out of n secret sharing scheme are correctness. So we should guarantee that any T shares should give back the secret value S, and the secrecy property, that any T minus 1 shares must not reveal any information whatsoever about the secret value S. So in the previous case, you can see that if somebody has 2 points on the polynomial, on this quadratic polynomial, then he does not have, he cannot interpolate these 2 polynomials to get hold of the original quadratic polynomial, and thus he cannot compute the secret value S. And also, all possible for all possible values of S in the finite field ZP, there is a quadratic polynomial which actually passes through the 2 points and that particular constant that we are choosing from ZP. So I will talk about it later. So okay, so more concretely, what do we need to guarantee is that if an adversary has t minus 1 many shares, then if it wants to guess which is the which secret has been secret shared, so is it s equal to 0 or s equal to 1 or s equal to p minus 1? So what we need to guarantee is that all values are equally probable as secret. So from t minus 1 many shares, it does not have any information about the secret value. All secrets are equally probable. So important applications of threshold secret sharing is in secure multi-party computation, threshold cryptographic primitives, and most importantly, what we have to remember is that security of these applications crucially depend on the secrecy property of the underlying secret sharing scheme. Now, very recently, the idea of leakage attacks on the secret storage of the players has been considered. So how do we actually conceptualize these leaking attacks? So what we do is that we just want to see whether secret sharing schemes are actually secure against this kind of leakage attacks. So how do we model the leakage attacks? So we have an adversary, and it can query the servers or the players with leakage functions f1 up to fn and get hold of the functional outputs. So for example, the first query could be f1, could be give me the first bit and the last bit of the secret of the share sh1. f2 could be give me the last bit of the share 2, and etc. Or it could be any other function also. So for example, fn could be give me the first k bits of the square value of shn. So we do not restrict the adversary how it queries the leakage functions. So it can leak any partial information from all the shares. And what the only restriction that we put here is that output string, output of each fi should be small. Small means I mean, if we do not put any restriction, what happens is that, so if the adversary queries with f1 is equal to identity function, f2 is equal to identity function, and so on, then what it gets is the complete shares sh1 up to sh1, sh2 up to shn, and t many shares are enough to reconstruct the secret. So we cannot guarantee any secrecy there. So what we really need, a little bit of restriction, is that output of these FIs should be small, a little smaller than the share sizes. So this is how the adversary obtains the leakages from the share values. And now, what does he get from these informations? So can he get any extra information? Or is it like the original secret sharing scheme, where these some partial informations about the secret values, share values, do not give him any extra information about the original secret that has been shared? So first of all, the way we are modeling this local leakage, is it reasonable? Well, we can say that yes, it is kind of reasonable, because the servers where the user stores the shared values could be physically separated from each other. So one server could be in For example, China, one server is in possibly in USA or somewhere, we don't know. So this kind of model is reasonable. And so I have already talked about this assumption that shrinked output of leakage is necessary. And but the thing is that we do not restrict the adversary to choose the leakage functions in any way, but we just restrict that the adversary gets to choose the leakage functions independent of each other. So this is the model, how we define it. So there are also stronger models. So, but okay, let us see that this kind of leakage attacks is actually very, very harmful for any secret sharing scheme. So this is a paper by Ben Hamouda et al. From Crypto 2018. So what they have shown is that if a Shamir secret sharing scheme or any additive secret sharing scheme is implemented over a finite field of characteristic 2, then what happens is that if so we know that for the recovery of the secret, so there is a fixed formula. So if you have share 1 up to share n, then there is a particular linear combination. So lambda 1 share 1 plus up to lambda 2 share 2 plus etc. up to lambda n share n to reconstruct the secret value S. So this formula is known, but what is unknown is the share values. So lambda I values are known. These are Lagrange coefficients. So now let's see what adversary does here. So this is a very specific kind of leakage that adversary queries the servers. So it just takes the last bit of the share values. So the leakage is just 1 bit leakage from every share value. Now, the adversary knows the Lagrange interpolation formula. And what it does is that it computes this lambda 1 times the last bit of the first share up to lambda n times the last bit of the last share. And what it gets is the last bit of the original secret value. So it is an attack on the system because we initially started off with that all secrets should be equally probable, but now it is not. The adversary knows the last bit of the original secret value. So, so we have a concrete scenario where this kind of leakage attacks is harmful. So there has been several types of models of the leakage. So the most used one is the local or independent leakage, which was originally considered by Goyal and Kumar in Stock 2018, and then by Ben Hamouda et al., and later by Srinivasan and Vasudevan from Crypto 2019. So Srinivasan, so in local or independent leakage model, the adversary gets to choose the leakage functions independent of each other. And the semi-local leakage and adaptive leakage models, so these are stronger leakage models. So for semi-local leakage model was considered by Srinivasan and Vasudevan, and adaptive leakage model was considered by Kumar, Mekka, and Sahai from, I guess, Fox 2019. So in this talk, we will just focus on the local independent leakage model. We will not consider the semi-local leakage or adaptive leakage models. These are more complicated leakage models. So what we will consider, we will consider this particular local leakage model for T out of N threshold secret sharing, where we will consider the SV19's, so Srinivasan and Vasudevan's stronger leakage model, where adversary can capture T-1 full shares. That means, in other words, adversary captures T-1 many servers or players and individual leakage bits from each of the rest of n minus t plus 1 servers or players. Now let's see where it leads us. Okay. So these are the results that we have against local leakage model. So the interesting one is that Ben Hamuda et al. Actually showed that just the original Shamir scheme is leakage resilient is if and only if the field size is of a large prime P, so that it does not have any small subgroups of small size subgroups. So the characteristic should be pretty large, and the threshold should be very high also. So we are not going to discuss about it, but what we really want to consider is the Srinivasan and Vasudevan's paper, which actually gave a compiler to make any T out of a Shamir secret sharing scheme and make it leakage resilient with respect to the local leakage model. So what Srinivasan and Vasudevan does is giving a leakage resilient secret sharing scheme. What does it mean? I will come to it later. And the security is considered only in the passive adversary model. So the way Srinivasan and Vasudevan modeled the secrecy property is through an indistinguishability security. So here, adversary chooses two secret values, M0 and M1. They should not be equal, otherwise there is nothing in the game. So adversary chooses two secret values, M0 and M1, and give it to the dealer, to the challenger, who is the good guy on the right-hand side. So the good guy chooses one of them randomly. So it chooses either M0 or M1 randomly, and then secret share that message and generate the shares, SH1 up to SHN. In the second phase, the adversary queries with these leakage functions. These leakage functions are independent of each other. That's the security. That's the model of the leakage that we are considering here. And so, so what we consider here, excuse me, is that the adversary gets hold of the first T minus 1 many shares in the clear and leakage outputs from the rest of the shares. So let's just restrict our view on the first T shares. So the adversary gets back SH1, SH2 up to SHT minus 1 and some leaked bits from the last share SHT. Now, after observing these leakage values, adversary wants to guess which message was secret shared by the challenger, by the good guy. So what we really want to ensure is that even with the T minus 1 many shares in the clear and leaked bits from the rest of the shares, it should not be able to guess the correct bit. Bit means like which message has been secret shared. So the secret remains statistically hidden even when the adversary has leaked information from all the shares. That means that the view of the adversary when M0 is secret shared is very close, statistically close to the view of the adversary when M1 is secret shared. So we will just give an overview of the construction of SV19, which is secure against a passive adversary. So if M is the original message, original secret, then we first use Shamir share to generate SH1 to SHN. And And further, an extractor is used. So don't go into the details, but let's just say that an extractor is a function which takes these wi's as the source values and a seed s and outputs a uniformly random string. And so this mid value extractor, this extractor output gives you a totally random value. So what the dealer does is that it XORs the Shamir share SH1 with the extractor value, extractor output, which is a random string, and a random value R. And then, so it does the same thing for every Shamir share, and then it runs a 2 out of n Shamir secret sharing on S, R to get the Shamir shares of S, R and outputs S1 up to Sn. So in here, you must remember that any two shares gives back this S and R. So any two shares can be used to interpolate the polynomial and get hold of, and the dealer can get hold of S and R. Okay, so what are the shares? So the share of the first participant is that XORed value, which we have computed in the last slide. So here we have computed this XORed value. So this is the first component of the ultimate share that needs to be given to the participants or the players or the servers. The second component is the source value that has been used to compute the extractor. So here the source values are the second component of the ultimate share, and the secret shares of S, R. So these three components together, they form the ultimate share of any participant. So the reconstruction is easy. I'm just sketching it. So reconstruct S and R from the SI values. So any two values will give you back S and R. So any two values from here will give you back S and R. So once you get S and R, then you can remove the masking. So you have already WIs, so you can compute extractor value on WI and S, XOR it with R, and then remove the masking to obtain the Shamir shares, and then reconstruct the original message just by taking this linear combination using the Lagrange interpolation formula. So this particular scheme was secure against passive adversary. So the authors, Srinivasan and Vasudevan, they never claimed that it is secure against active adversary. So they only claimed that it is secure against passive adversary. And they actually used this particular construction to build more secure, I should say, to make a secret sharing more secure against active adversarial attacks, which is called non-malleability. But I will not go into that. So, but what we have observed is that even if there is one adversary who is controlling the first server, it can actually disrupt the reconstruction procedure. How? Let us consider, let's assume that the first server is under adversarial control, and rest of the servers, they don't have any adversarial control. They're not under adversarial control. So these are honest players, the second up to the last one. Only the first one is under adversarial control. So what the adversary does is that it XORs a value of its choice, this delta. It XORs this delta with the first component of the share and keeps the other values intact. Now, what happens is that by this reconstruction algorithm, I mean, you can trust me that after after a little bit of computation, we can show that actually m plus delta will be recovered instead of m if the adversary puts this delta in the first component. So now what happens is that when m plus delta is recovered instead of m, the honest adversaries do not have any way to disbelieve that a wrong secret value has been recovered. They accept m plus delta to be the original secret message, but the adversary knows m plus delta has been recovered, and he knows delta. He has chosen this delta according to his it's up to his choice. So when m plus delta is recovered, then he can extract m just by taking out delta. So the adversary recovers m, the original secret message, but rest of the participants, rest of the players, they do not they reconstruct m plus delta, and they do not have any reason to disbelieve that something else has been recovered instead of the original one. So what we consider in this work are the following questions. So can leakage resilient secret sharing provide some security against active attacks, so that honest parties can detect that the recovered secret is not correct? And this is the minimum requirement of security against any active adversarial attacks in a secret sharing scheme. And this is known as cheating detection. So there are also stronger requirements, but we will not go into that. So what we will consider here is the cheating detection property. So we have constructed, so let me just say that we have constructed a leakage resilient cheating detectable secret sharing scheme. And we have used two building blocks. The first one is a leakage resilient algebraic manipulation detection code. And the second one is the compiler of Srinivasan and Vasudevan, which gives a leakage resilient secret sharing scheme in the passive adversarial model. So what is this AMD code? So this AMD code is a particular type of code. So it has an encoding algorithm, it has a decoding algorithm. So encoding algorithm, of course, encodes a message M into C, and the decoding algorithm decodes the message, decodes the code word C to output M. And there is a security guarantee here. The security guarantee is that when the encoding algorithm gives a code word, then if any adversary adds a value delta to this code word to obtain C plus delta, then the decoding algorithm actually identifies whether any value delta, whether delta is equal to 0, so that there is no tampering attack, and the original message is M, is actually output, and or it detects that some value has been added to the code word and it outputs bot. So it can detect, the decoding algorithm is designed in a manner so that it can detect whether there has been some tampering attack on the code word by any adversary. Now, this security guarantee of AMD code was considered when this code word is completely hidden from the adversary. The adversary has no information about the code word. So the system works in this manner. So adversary does not have any information about the code word, and then it adds a value to the code word, and then the decoding algorithm is able to detect whether there has been some tampering attack, in which case it outputs bot, or it says that, okay, no tampering has been done, and the output is M. So there are two types of AMD codes. One is weak AMD code, where the M is uniformly distributed from the viewpoint of adversary, or strong AMD code, which where the adversary actually has the complete information about the message. So what we did is that why can't we use this AMD encoding in the first step to encode the message M to get the code word, and then use the leakage resilient secret sharing scheme of compiler of Srinivasan and Vasudevan to output the shares. Okay, because any type of tampering on those shares will give because the reconstruction algorithm of Srinivasan and Vasudevan was a linear combination of the shares. So any tampering on these shares will give a code word which is either C in case has been no tampering, or it will be C plus delta for some delta. And the decoding algorithm of AMD decoding then can identify or detect there has been some tampering or not. So, but there is a problem here, because in AMD code, the security guarantee is only ensured when the adversary has no information about the code word. But in this case, when we use leakage resilient schemes, or when we introduce the leakage model, then there could be some information that is leaked about the code word C, and then the adversary chooses the delta. So, okay. Yeah, so here is the main point, that AMD provides security if adversary does not have any information about the C, but leakage resilient secret sharing may leak some information, a little bit of information on C. So how do we compile these two ideas? How do we? So what we really need is a leakage resilient AMD code. So the good news is that time.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you. I will finish by that. So the good news is that this leakage resilient AMD code has been considered already in the literature. So okay, so AMD codes guarantee that it provides security if adversary does not have any information about C, but leakage resilient AMD codes guarantees security even if adversary has some information about C. And we use this technique, use this particular primitive of leakage resilient AMD codes to ensure our security guarantee. So these are these are technical things I will skip. So our results are the following: that we have compilers for cheating detectable leakage resilient secret sharing in local leakage model, where we have used leakage resilient weak AMD codes for OKS model of cheating. So there is this OKS model of cheating and CDV model of cheating. So you don't need to worry about these things. So what we have is a compiler for cheating detection. So we take the Srinivasan and Vasudevan's compiler as an input, and then output a cheating detectable leakage resilient secret sharing scheme. We obtained leakage resilient rate to be 1, which is pretty high. So this actually gives you the measurement, how many bits you can leak from the shares divided by the length of the share. So you can leak almost all the bits from every share, and still you have some kind of cheating detection property. So the honest parties can really identify whether the correct message has been recovered or some tampering has been done. Okay. So as extension works, we have considered this work in the semi-local leakage model, which is a stronger leakage model than the local leakage model that we have considered in this work. And also we have considered robustness. So this is another stronger security guarantee that we have for secret sharing schemes. And also the lower bounds on the share size of any leakage resilient cheating detectable secret sharing schemes, and so on. I will not go into this. And so, okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you so much. That was very interesting, and I'm so eager to let just the results coming out because that's the kind of conclusion. And I think you made your points very good. And I wonder if there are any questions now or comments. No, it doesn't seem. We are a bit after scheme, but as I mentioned, I think it's so important that one really can deliver one's important messages, and often it is so that it's getting narrow at the end. So it's better to give place for the conclusions, and you have really done that very well. And it's my pleasure to call the next speaker, which is Professor Kirill Morozov at University of North Texas in USA, for a multi-tier reputation for Data Corporation. Yes, please, Professor Morozov.
Thank you, Professor Troil. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Thank you. Just a moment, please. I'll share my slides. All right. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your introduction. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the presentation of our recent result on multi-tier reputation for data cooperatives. I'm Kirill Morozov from the University of North Texas, and this is a joint work with Abiola Salau, Ram Dantu, Kritagil Upadhyay, and Syed Badruddin. Today, let me spend only a few minutes on a short introduction of the university where I am and our center. And then I will tell you about data cooperatives. I will talk about blockchain applications in this scenario. I will mention about the role of reputation and also using the reputation as stake. So that we could choose and use in this scenario the proof of stake blockchain system. Then I will briefly touch on the security results that we can obtain, and I'll give you a conclusion and discuss future works. So I'm at the University of North Texas. This is the northeast part of the state, near Dallas. This is actually quite an old university. It's over 130 years old. It is Tier 1 research universities by the Carnegie classification. We have over 40,000 students, and we're conveniently located in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area. We're also connected by the DFW International Airport. Cybersecurity research at UNT is represented in particular by the Center for Information and Cybersecurity. The research areas we are interested in are blockchain applications, cloud security, network security, and cryptography in particular. We also have an SA in DHS, National Center of Academic Excellence, which gives us an advantage when providing certificates for our students and for when applying for funds. Also, our department has a bachelor and master degree in cybersecurity, and we have a growing graduate enrollment, and we will be hiring more faculty soon. With that, let me shift to the motivation for my presentation today. So in part is connected to the topics that were covered by Mr. Adhikari, the one presentation before. So we are the users and we effectively share our data online. And the problem is that in general, when we use, for example, the currently deployed cloud applications, we do not choose, or sometimes we don't even know who gets what data and for what purpose they will be used. So effectively, we are trading our data for something, for example, for the services that the platform provides, but the transaction itself is not transparent in the sense that we let others make money off our data, and we are not sure, again, what type of applications our data will be used, to whom they will be transferred later, and whether we actually get the adequate remuneration for providing our data this way. So since our data can be also shared with third parties, then we are not even sure about future consequences of this trade. So therefore, the concept of data cooperatives has been popular in the recent years. So it is the organization where the data owners are able to pool their data together, and they are able to cooperate on enforcing data management policies. So the type of data which the cooperative would deal with is application specific. And the examples could include health data, car sharing information, the news that are shared by the participants, flight tracking, and so on. Recently, data co-ops has been popular. So, for example, Co-op Ride allows the drivers in the car sharing services to share the information. Adsby Exchange deals with flight tracking data. My Data is the Swiss data co-op that is dealing with health information and so on. So our contribution is to consider a decentralized scenario for data cooperatives, and we propose a reputation-based blockchain system architecture, which would allow us to run cooperatives in this scenario. So the overall design that we use, it is generally based on the reputation-based constructions by Kleinrock, Ostrovsky, and Zikas from Indocrypt 2020. We do not use the fallback chain, and proof of stake will be the main chain. I will touch on that later. And in our scenario, we use reputation as an asset, and it will be mapped into stake. So the actual proof of stake protocol that we are going to use is Snow White by Dayan, Pass, and Shi. And I will describe the details later. So this result will appear in proceedings of Marble 2022. So, okay, when we use blockchain technology for data cooperatives, the motivation is clear. The members could simply share their data via blockchain transactions. So it's a natural idea that has some clear benefits. By deploying blockchain, we can achieve decentralization. The data provided by the parties will be immutable, means that they will not be able to change their mind about what they provide. So if the data are untrustworthy or incorrect, it can be detected in the future. And also transactions can be validated by the nodes who are running the blockchain system. So clearly in this scenario, we don't have the natural incentives like in the cryptocurrency application, so we need something else. And we will consider reputation of the nodes who are running the system. For the reputation, we have previous results that are basically kind of going around this idea. So Shao et al. Presented a trustless reputation system. It is really a reputation system that is built on top of the proof of stake blockchain. So the result, the idea is similar to ours, except that in this result, the reputation system is not directly connected to the stake that exists in the system. But the reputation is stored on the blockchain, and this is an idea that we use. Also, it is adjusted up and down depending on players' behavior. So that's another approach that we will be using in our architecture. The term proof of reputation was originally used by Guy et al. In the 2018 paper. However, they did not really work out the details how the consensus in their systems will be achieved. RepuCoin by Yu et al. It uses reputation, however, it is based on proof of work, so similarly to what is used in Bitcoin. In our case, we would consider this energy consuming and less efficient as proof of stake, and therefore we would advocate proof of stake for our solution. The paper that I mentioned before from IndoCrypt 2020 proposed to use the multi-tier reputation system for the proof of reputation with Nakamoto fallback. The main chain there is based on Byzantine agreement, so it requires 2/3 of the honest parties. And if that doesn't work for any reason, or if there are some issues with the reputation system that improperly reflects the reputation of parties, then they use the second chain that they call fallback chain, and it is based. It uses Nakamoto type of consensus, which only requires majority of the asset in the owner's hands, majority of hash power or stake, depending on what type of system is used. Laranjeira last year used delegation of stake as a measure of trust, and in a way it is connected to what we are doing. Basically, in our case, we use reputation as a measure of trust and we map it to stake. Salau et al. Proposed and implemented the application for data cooperatives based on Ethereum blockchain that share the news information and would automatically detect fake news. Our paper with Zakani and Dantu used NLP to automatically measure the reputation of reviews that are provided online, and the transactions are put into the blockchain. So the idea is generally similar to what we are doing here, except there is, in our case, there is no NLP component, and we are dealing with reputation of the cult members. The point that they use is to separate the blockchain layer and the application layer and provide the data from the reputation system, feed it to the blockchain layer, and then we use this idea here. So in a nutshell, we use reputation as stake. So for example, in the proof of stake systems, the person who has highest stake has a higher chance to add the block to the system. So effectively, what we could do, we could use reputation instead of stake. And then in case of a stake, for example, if there are totally 1,000 units in the system and I have 10 units of the currency, then my stake is 1%. So similarly, we could do with reputation. Basically, if there is a total amount of 1,000 units of reputation, I have 10 units of that reputation, then my share is 1% again. So I can use the proof of stake system as is off the shelf. Clearly, the mapping could be application specific. I could also use weights and so on, depending on the application. So the benefit of this approach is that I could just take the proof of stake system that exists there, and I could use it directly in our scenario, which is, of course, convenient. The question is which proof of stake I need to use, and I'll touch on that in a minute. So architecture of the proposed system, let me just briefly describe what's going on. So we have a blockchain layer where we have the actual blockchain with the blocks that are connected to each other. And we have consensus process that would somehow work with the nodes in the system, figure out who is going to join the consensus committee. And out of the consensus committee will be chosen a person who is going to, well, the party who will add the next block and the validators and so on. So this will be, so the blockchain layer will depend on the particular blockchain system that we are using. And we consider application layer. At the application layer, we have distributed apps, and we have possibly the reputation system that will be computing the reputation of nodes. So it is completely disconnected. It is just some application that can be run on-chain as a smart contract of off-chain, depending on the application. So what we will assume is that the reputation is just given in each round, and it is provided. So based on that reputation, selection committee will be chosen, and then we will use the blockchain system kind of off the shelf, as I mentioned. So for the proof of stake system that we are going to use, what wish list we have, what we want to have from the system. So Nakamoto ledger, we would like to have majority of stake that is held by honest parties. We would like to have sort of minimal requirements that is possible on the honest parties, and why I will mention that in a moment. And we also require inclusivity. So we would like entry-level participants with low reputation to be well represented. So it is not a natural requirement for the payment system such as Bitcoin. So naturally, the person with a higher hash power has a higher chance to add the block. Same with the stake-based system. However, in our case, we are dealing with co-ops. So we may potentially have a lot of members who just join the system, and they need the chance to participate in the committees and adding the next block, and hence the inclusivity requirement. So what it requires is that even though we may take the off-the-shelf proof of stake system, we'll require a custom-made committee selection protocol that will take into account this requirement that we have. So now the question is the following. Okay, but now that's not off-the-shelf proof of stake system, because we will have to somehow change the implementation of the system. Potentially that would require changing the proof of security, and that would be already cumbersome. So let me work it out in a minute, just provide you a short discussion. So basically, if we look at the choice of consensus committee, so as long as we somehow choose the parties based on the reputation, then honest majority in the consensus committee is all we need. So that's kind of the general wisdom that we know by looking at the papers that are there, as long as we have Nakamoto style ledger. So what kind of system would you recommend? We are not interactive. If you like, you could just maybe unmute and give me some suggestions which system to use, and or just, you know, type a message in the chat. And when you provide your recommendations, you could also tell me why, maybe why particular system to be used. So I don't know if that's okay. You know, I can hear you well, so I'll give you maybe 10 seconds to provide your suggestions for the systems if you somehow involved in blockchain anyway. So while you are thinking, I can tell you that we need a system that is proven to work as long as there is an honest majority on the consensus committee. So interestingly, that should be the case for any Nakamoto style system, proof of stake of proof of work doesn't matter. That's how it should work. Unfortunately, since sort of the custom choice of the committee is not a general requirement for the systems that are there on the market, for most of the blockchain systems that are available there, even if you look at the paper, it's not easy to find the result of sort. So what I want the result. If I have the honest majority in the consensus committee, the blockchain system works. By works, in quotes, I mean provide liveness and consistency, so the standard properties that we require from the blockchain system. So interestingly, the Snow White proof of stake blockchain system is the one that is specifically one of the design features of the system that was originally proposed by Diane Pass and Chi in 2016. So the actual paper published in Financial Cryptography 2019, I think. So it has this modular property that the system works, meaning it provides liveness and consistency as long as the consensus committee has honest majority. So this system readily provides this property. Yes, so the technical result that they show is that the majority of honest stake translates to majority in the consensus committee. So the system works. Now that we map reputation to stake, we will get the same result automatically. So back to our architecture. We have Nakamoto ledger where we assume that the majority of stake is held by honest parties. So if we have this assumption, we are done because Snow White will work. And assuming majority of reputation, as I mentioned, it would give us automatically the majority of stake. By majority of reputation, I mean that the majority of total reputation in the system will be held by honest parties. Then we would be done. So inclusivity now, how to work that? Basically, yeah, we need to skew the selection of parties to the consensus committee towards the low reputation modes. Again, I'm not sure that I will have the majority of reputation in this case, but that's a kind of will be a trade-off between inclusivity and security. So as long as the majority of reputation will still remain in honest hands, then I'm going to have a secure system. That's the idea. So how to do it? We'll have to use reputation-based lottery. So this one was introduced by Klein, Rokostrovsky, and Zikas in the Crypt 2020, and they followed formalization of reputation by Sharaf, Lindell, and Zarazim, and that's roughly how it works. I will explain it to you very briefly. So the reputation system would be a set of values, R1 to Rm, where M is a number of parties. And R will be, basically Ri will be a probability that party I behaves honestly. So the higher reputation of the person, the higher chance that the person will behave honestly. So basically, if Ri is equal to, say, 90%, then there is a probability of 90% behave honestly. So 90%, maybe 5-star reputation or something like that. This mapping will be application specific. So for the static reputation system, basically we flip the coin once and then the party remains honest or dishonest throughout the lifetime of the system. In practice, we of course will be dealing with a dynamic reputation system. So we have not one distribution, but an ensemble of distribution. And this ensemble will change depending on how the system progresses. So the system works in some way, and then the party chooses to be honest or dishonest, but then, well, the higher reputation they have, the higher chance that they behave honestly. That's the point. So minor technical note. If the reputation party has the reputation lower than 1.5, then the majority of reputation will be dishonest, right? So if you think for a second about it, with high probability, you flip the coin, then the majority, if you have, if the reputation of parties will be, say, 40%, then with high probability in the long run, you will have less than half of the parties honest, and therefore there will be no consensus because we will not find a committee with an honest majority. That's the point. But so we assume that all the reputation parties have the reputation higher than one half. Then, example, we partition all the players into, say, two subsets. So the subset 1 with a reputation between 75% and 100, and the other with a reputation between 50% and 75%. So high reputation, low reputation, say, roughly speaking. And then, it's the partition. So the sum of those, the cardinality of those sets will be the total number of parties. So now the goal of the lottery will be select the committee from those two partitions. And according to the multi-tier lottery, okay, so it's a technical point. We select totally the number Y.
5 minutes.
Yes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yes, thank you. Yes. I'm on my way. Thank you. Yep. So, yes. So this number Y will be sublinear in the total number of parties. We choose a small committee in quotes, but doesn't matter. So the representation fairness will say that, for example, the number of parties that we select from the high reputation group will be twice the number of parties that we select from the low reputation group if there are enough parties in the high reputation group. Non-discrimination means that every party has roughly the same probability to be chosen, and selection fairness means that parties in a high reputation group will have roughly twice the probability to be selected compared to those in low reputation group. So then the multi-tier lottery was devised by Klein-Rock et al. The idea would be simple: sample X1 parties from the set S1, and then sample X2 parties from the union of the sets. And if you chose the party from S1 twice, then replace it with another random party from S1. So for properly chosen numbers, basically, the size of the sets has to be large enough. Then it was shown that such the multi-tier lottery will satisfy the properties shown on the previous slide, these three properties. So the general case, this is a simple case with just two tiers. So they presented a general case with M tiers. So the basic idea would be that as the reputation value is going to grow, we will have more players in the high reputation sets compared to low reputation sets. So what we did an experiment. We took the ratings from Amazon. We converted 1 to 5 stars to the values in the range between 0 and 100. And what we figured that indeed, when we choose the tier-based lottery, then we have the number of players chosen from the particular tiers, which are roughly 1/2 of the previous tier or 1/4 of the previous tier in case of red and gray bars, respectively. However, if we choose the standard ranking-based approach, so by the standard ranking-based approach means that we choose the parties with the highest reputation to the committees. That's a natural selection. It means that the lower tiers are almost never represented. So the system indeed works. And then what we can do, again, we sort of construct the proof as a Lego of the existing results. We can show that if we use a feasible reputation system for a static reputation adversary, then the underlying proof-of-stake blockchain system, Snow White in our case, satisfies liveness and consistency, and we basically combine the results by Kleinrock et al. And proof of security for Snow White, and we get that. So actually, it can also extend to dynamic reputation as long as the reputation vectors are assumed independent in different rounds of the protocol. So conclusion is that we need to provide a formal treatment of the dynamic reputation case in case of when the reputation vectors are not independent. Also, it would be interesting to deploy more advanced cryptographic functionalities, such as fully homomorphic encryption and zero-knowledge proofs in the context of data cooperatives, because the data on the blockchain are public. So using the encryption, we could provide their confidentiality even within data cooperative, and using the zero-knowledge proofs, we could enforce the honest behavior. And also the moral of the story is that the modular design of blockchain systems and their security proofs will likely facilitate the adoption by the industry, because the modular property of the Snow White protocol makes it easier for us to use it in the device system. Thank you for your attention, and I also provide references.
Thank you very much. Now there is time for questions and comments on this. No. Then I thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. And I call now the last speaker of this session. And we are a bit after time, I know, but still it's so important that everyone can express themselves. And
yes, Eric, I got an email from the last speaker. She is not well due to some teeth problem. She had Mola's teeth problem, so she cannot present today. So, yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then then this session is concluded, and I am so impressed again by the high standards of the presentations here. And thank you so much for letting me share it.
Thank you, Eric, for chairing this session. And we really had all the speakers. I really thank to all the speakers. They're all distinguished speakers, and they had really given a nice lecture. So without any further delay, since we are little running out of time, so we will directly move to the second technical session. And in this session, we would have 3 lectures. First one will be given by Professor Manos Chatterjee. Second one will be given by Christina Trell, and the third one will be given by Carl Sub. I guess all of them are present. And without any further delay, may I request Dr. Lena Trell to chair this session.
Thank you. And I say welcome to this session. And for a start, I call Professor Manas Chatterjee, Binghamton University, USA, to start. Is Professor Manas Chatterjee there?
Yes, he is there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
We can see. Sorry for the problem, because I use the Zoom, but I didn't use it before. Okay. My name is Professor Manas Chatterjee. I'm calling from New York. Good morning and good afternoon. And I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, I think I want to congratulate Abhishek for organizing this meeting. His friend was his father was my long-time friend, and I talked to him many things about this program we are having. I suggested to him that maybe in the future, this MSAST program, we add some kind of a application of statistics, mathematics, and modeling in social sciences. And he was very, very supportive. And I promised him that I will have three or four, mm, uh, 3 or 4 sessions with these distinguished people in social science, in economics, in sociology, in anthropology, and other places. This year I could not do it because I'm organizing a very big meeting on COVID-19. About 200 people will come to New York. So next time I will suggest to Abhishek that we add another, part of this meeting on social science, modeling social science. I am a statistician, but I have still a lot of difficulty in understanding the excellent presentation in the previous 4, 5, 6 years, which I did before. But I had the feeling that some of the things what they are saying from the pure mathematics can be used in public policy making in the area of conflict management, peace economics, regional planning, war, and that type of thing. Unfortunately, the pure economics people, pure mathematics people who are very, very good in India, yeah, I did not see very many articles and in the area of, say, terrorism, in the area of global warming, in the area of conflict management, and so on. So I have done for the last 20 years many of these things in my books and articles and meetings before, and maybe in the future we can do something. Now, I just wanted to say, I know I don't have much time because I wasted more time. I just wanted to discuss some emerging conflicts in applying mathematical modeling in social sciences. And so this is very a broad view. I have a number of books in this area. If somebody is if you are interested, I can give you some references where I have discussed these things very much in details about how different techniques of pure mathematics and applied mathematics can be used in social sciences, in economics, in geography, in regional planning, in metropolitan studies, in COVID-19, particularly COVID-19. I have a number of books on COVID-19. I have used how the mathematical and models can be used to prediction and so on and so forth. So, but I know I don't have my time. Other people are more important things to discuss. I will just say the few things about the defense economics. You see, in the case of defense economics, as you know, countries, India included, is spending a lot of money for defense expenditures where people are starving and they don't have any bad economic situation. This is a disgrace. It's not only in India, but also in other countries, including United States. And also we have proved mathematically, the value of defense, has no positive return. There's no reason having to buy weapons for other countries and do like that is useless. So that's why we use a lot of things in peace economics. It's a big subject now. After 20, 25 years, we're discussing how the peace economics can be useful not only for cooperation between different countries, and also this is all mathematical models. That's what I'm trying to emphasize. That's not talking. Using different techniques of mathematics and techniques, we have proved that the value of defense is useless. The peace economics is more important, and cooperation, as you can see in the case of conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and so India and Pakistan and the Middle East, and then the conflict in South Africa and so on. So I just wanted to go now. You see the definition. If you're interested to look at it, if you read this Walter Isaac book, General Theory of Social, Political, Economic, and Regional, with particular reference on decision-making analysis, and also my books before, I'll say at the end, and Rudolf Rummel, Understanding the Conflict and War, and the Global Model, Computer Simulation. You'll be surprised to see how these people have used different techniques of pure mathematics and applied mathematics in the area of conflict in different countries. So they discuss the question of resource allocation, question of how you can use resources for peace and resources for defense, and also they use this, for example, the Amartya Sen idea of modern growth theory, growth of economics, how the different things. Growth economics, modern economics, economic development, how the concept of peace and conflict and cooperation can be included in their mathematical models, and also in the hardest models. I know I'm going too fast because I don't have time. And then this is a question of economics. Economics. I'm a professor of management, inflation, unemployment, budget deficit, balance of payments, and also regional effect about how metropolitan areas in India, for example, are gaining, but the poor areas are there where there's no metropolitan regions. So industrial occupational effects, all these things, we have done the mathematical models, how they can be included in a approach using pure mathematics and applied mathematics. But the type of mathematical models which you are presenting in this meeting and also for the last 4 or 5 years, they're highly sophisticated. I know, I understand. I do not understand many of them. Even if I'm a mathematician, but those things. But I have a sense that those things we are talking about using, for example, last paper was on this the supply chain analysis and so on and so forth. That extremely useful for social science and the benefit of society rather than fighting with weapons and other things. And then the question of economics we have used in management, the investment, research and development, productivity, political economy or organization and other things, organizational structure, how you can use the mathematical models which you are using in this particular meeting, which some of which I do not understand. And then the question of data, the fantastic amount of data are available in this area. Fantastic. I mean, we have data for the last 150 years about the war between different countries, how many people get killed, and what is the situation. This is fantastic data we have used before. And then there's a disciplinary model, a systems approach to study of hostility. There we have discussed in one of my papers how the differential equation models can be used in the competition between India and Pakistan, and what is the equilibrium process it can lead to do that. I know I'm going very fast. Maybe some of you are getting worried, but here this question of prisoner's dilemma, for example, is an important thing. We are used in economics. This important thing between Russia and Ukraine, India and Pakistan. The question of in Middle East, we have 2-3 books on Middle East. We have to see how the prisoners of dilemma. I don't have time to discuss the prisoners dilemma. Two prisoners, how they are cooperating, how they go to a higher level of satisfaction rather than competing in this. Samuelson-Kahn-Batter model is another model which you can see where they have discussed how Schelling model, Klein econometric models. These are very, very sophisticated models, and I don't know for various reasons in the program that we have here and the other programs which I have participated, I did not see very many articles and about related using this question of mathematics and statistics, and also pure mathematics, pure statistics, and applied statistics. This is Indians are not only Indians, but particularly Indians are very sophisticated in mathematical models building for the last 30, 40, 50 years with P.C. Mohan Navish, who was the Indian Statistical Institute. But I did not see this application of those. This is something I talked to the father of Abhishek, and he was very, very supportive. He's told me to have 4 or 5 sessions with the leading, mathematical modeling sociologists, anthropologists, urban problems, the question of disaster management. I'm very much involved for the last 20 years on disaster management, which I'm organizing a big meeting in Binghamton, in New York. Disaster question of COVID-19. There's a disaster. Question of global warming. The question of problem with with the question of many social areas, and that's fantastic computable general equilibrium models, macro econometric models we discussed. When I used to use in the Wharton School, econometric models, how the econometric models can be used, socio-econometric models can be used to predict and to lead to cooperation between people and countries rather than fighting with other guns and Leontief models, input-output models is very important. I have seen in my books how input-output, the multiplier effect, like COVID-19, if somebody gets sick, how it is going to other person to get sick. The multiplier effect of Leontief models, econometric models, arms spending and economic growth, defense contract, like Bangalore, for example, what is impact on Bangalore, arms industries. I have established Mahatma Gandhi Center for Conflict Prevention and Management in Bangalore 10 years ago, and we discussed this question of how defense contracts is helping Bangalore to develop arms industry, arms export, for example. This is a big thing. Although India says that we are a peaceful country of Buddha and Gandhi and so on and so forth, but India is number two countries which exports more than any other countries in arms. So here, these nuclear weapons and security is another area. I have a book on nuclear, situation between India and Pakistan, and their cooperation and mistakes by the arms security people, military people in India, in Pakistan. It is a question of India, Pakistan weapons, missile defense, space weapons. So if you have time and if you're interested, you can look at these things which you have done for the last 25 to 30 years, how statistics, mathematical models have been used to get the relationship towards peaceful cooperation rather than fighting with the weapons and spending a lot of money when people are starving, the weapons of mass destruction. And then, and of course, the question of defense upon the leadership, the definition of leadership question, the question of Hitler, for example. We know that leadership, how individual and group behavior, the game theory, cognitive science, psychological and sociological approaches, this type of I know this, some of you are not very comfortable what I am saying, but if you get this information from the books which I mentioned, I will find out, you'll be surprised to see what other people in social sciences are doing using statistics, mathematics, and operations research like that. Amartya Sen, for example, is my good friend. He has done a lot in the area, in the case of economic growth. And then this question of political science is geography. Geography is very important, and space. Geographical space is very important. And also, there are many people are working in the area of topology. For example, in pure mathematics, using the topology and discussing its application of metropolitan activities, and also question of the metropolitan and non-metropolitan areas. And then, of course, very important thing is the principle of negotiation, how to negotiate between Russia and Ukraine. Principles of negotiation, the different techniques of industrial relationship with union and business, how those things can be used in the conflict and negotiation between different countries. And so this religion and moral perspective, this is a very important thing. I use in the area of ethics, mathematical ethics, how in ethics we can use different techniques of conflict and peace, international development and security and terrorism, for example, another area of disaster management. For example, also in case of in Nepal, we have the earthquake. We went there in New Delhi, have a meeting. We discussed how different techniques of terrorism, discuss of disaster management can be used in this area. We have used the same thing in Kerala flood, same thing in Bhubaneswar, finding out that type of thing. So I'm very excited about what Abhishek's father was doing for the last 10 years, and Abhishek is continuing with that. But there will be another part of this which can be done, added. No, I know. I mean, I know there are very sophisticated things. I've been there. I have last 4, 5, 6 years. I've attended this meeting, and they are very, very brilliant people from not only on India, from other countries have developed. But I had the feeling that some of the things which you are doing here in they have lot of application, lot of potential in using the area of social science, social science. This is very important thing. Same thing about this question of um, uh, supply chain analysis, going on. A lot of things can be done. That the people are doing the old type of thing, but new type of horizons in the use of different mathematical techniques and mathematical. This is something we can do. So this has the probability theory, analysis of variance, non-parametric testing, multivariate distribution, differential equations, Richardsonian model. This is the action-reaction model using the question of differential equations, catastrophe theory. We use catastrophe theory, chaos theory, and also decision science, a game theory, coalition and bargaining theory, mathematical simulation of different things, factor analysis, discriminant analysis, content analysis, graph analysis, Markov chain, and participation and information model, decentralization, learning theories, artificial intelligence, asymmetric and incomplete information theory, fuzzy set theory, Delphi theory, mechanism theory. Ethnic conflict is a big thing in Africa. We have done a lot of work in the area of ethnic conflict in African countries, and how different factors are affecting together. This is purely the greed of diamond of the developed countries that we started the ethnic conflict in Africa. Civil war and greed, Naxalite area, Naxalite problems in West Bengal, or this question of civil war in different countries. You don't have time now, no? I have to stop. Terrorism, small arms, security, sanctions, disaster management, reconstruction, rehabilitation. I know this is too many things at the same time. I'm talking too fast. I know I'm not in the real track of the whole meeting here. But so I really, encourage younger people, particularly in this meeting, to look at a different side, how the type of things they're doing are being used for the benefit of society, of human beings reducing conflict and cooperation between different countries. And since that we live in a trade and peace, for example, Pakistan and India, democracy and peace, role of business sectors, how businesses are not interested to make money, but they do money in such a way that this is beneficial for the people. Leadership is very important, globalization. So I just wanted to, I said maybe I'm out of my time. You see, I have 2 books coming out on globalization and COVID-19. In that place, how you have used different mathematical techniques of globalization and COVID-19, and also in this question of another book on migration of people. I mean, look what is happening. In the United States, the people are coming and being treated like animals. They're coming to United States and they're kicking back. Same thing happened in Bangladesh and and Myanmar. Same thing happened. The question happened. Same thing. People coming from back to Kerala from Middle East, they are treated like animals by the countries in Middle East. So this in the migration of people in different countries, and how we can explain it and how to relate the people to different. This is extremely important subject. And I know people. With the people in Kerala, I work with the area of migration. So what I am saying at the end, I know I am out of town, that the Ovijek's father, he's my friend for the last 10 years. He's a fantastic person. So he was a fantastic person. And I talked to him at length about how the things which are doing of this MSAST, meeting every year will be greatly increased. If we reach these social scientists, economists, sociologists, anthropologists, disaster management, management science, these people together will be a very effective thing for the future. And I hope in the future, sometimes, if I get a chance, I have connections of this type of people in the United States, in India, and other places. They can give a different light about the meeting which Abhishek is reorganizing for his father. This really I appreciate his effort. And we will keep in touch. If you're interested, you have my email address. I will give some specific areas: terrorism, the question of disaster management, the question of earthquake, the question of military expenditure, the question of cooperation, question of peace. This type of thing I do in my center, Mahatma Gandhi Center for the Center for Conflict Prevention and Management. I have a center like that in Bangalore. We do this for the last 10 years, and we have a meeting which next July, in addition to this COVID meeting here in Binghamton, in New York. There's 200 people are coming to Binghamton, New York, from all over the world about this COVID-19, and particularly discussing the different techniques of mathematical modeling and so on and so forth in COVID-19. And then in the meeting in Bangalore in July 26 to 28, I'm organizing a meeting about this conflict management, peace economics, and peace science, in Bangalore, and there are also many people from Africa, in Indonesia, then also Singapore. They are going to come. There's a lot of conflict between China and Southeast Asia, South Asia, East Asia. A lot of conflict between that, but the solution is not to spend money and defense production, because defense is useless. The question of cooperation, question of working together to do something for the people as a whole, not only for this one country, but also country as a whole. So I'm sorry, my problem was with the computer here, and I said many things very, very fast, and I did not give specific, references. But you can get in touch with me. You can talk to, Officiek. He will give you information what I do. And if you are interested to see what is happening with the 200 people coming in New York, how they are using different techniques of mathematical statistics and so on and so forth in the analysis of COVID-19, and fantastic thing many people are doing, particularly in Sweden, in Denmark, then in Europe, in Paris, in Spain. Not only that, also many people in Malaysia, Indonesia, South America, India, of course, there's India, all India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi. They are also having good cooperation. How they're using these techniques for tackling the disaster with the COVID-19. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry, maybe I've exceeded my time, and I'm very sorry for the problem we have with the computer. Thank you very much.
Lena, could you please unmute yourself? You are muted. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very interesting speech. And now I ask, are there any comments or questions?
Save. Don't save.
No. Well, I thank you again, and we go to the next speaker, which is Christina Trell, who is going to speak about clinical consequences of nosocomial Omicron COVID-19 infection in hospitalized patients and long-term care home residents in County Skåne, Sweden. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I will try and start my slideshow before I introduce myself. And let's see here. Can you now see my screen?
Yes.
Slideshow. Måste ta från början.
Yeah. Okay. So now I can't see you, but hopefully you see my presentation. My name is Christina Trell, and I'm a medical doctor with a specialization in infectious diseases. And in the last 5 years, I've been working in the infection control unit in Skåne County of Sweden. And we got a very interesting introduction into COVID-19 from the previous speaker. And before I start speaking about the small study we have made during working very actively trying to manage the effects of the pandemic, I want to give you a little background on how the COVID-19 pandemic in Sweden has evolved so far. And I just wanted to give you an update. I know you're all very well informed about Sweden, but it's a country in the northern hemisphere, and it's the northern part of Europe. And currently we have 10.2 million inhabitants, which is very few compared to India. And Skåne, which is the country where I work, is the southernmost part of Sweden. And in total, in all of Skåne County, we have 1.2 million inhabitants. And this picture, which might be a little difficult to read, it outlines how many patients, how many cases we saw of COVID-19 in Skåne County per week. And it's quite interesting being a part of the actions against COVID during this whole period of time, how it started. In Sweden, as many other countries, we had experienced the cases of the original coronavirus SARS with the outbreaks in Hong Kong and the Middle East version with MERS. And we knew that when the reports came in from China, that it was highly contagious coronavirus, and we knew that we were at the risk of having nosocomial outbreaks in healthcare institutions and long-term care homes. But the reality was that we hadn't seen any large outbreak previous to this pandemic. And if we start in the beginning of this slide to the left, we see week 10 of 2020. And that's when it all started for us, because we had a lot of people on the national sports holiday. People go to the Alps in Italy, in Austria, Switzerland, and France. And at the time, we weren't aware, but they contracted coronavirus and brought it home to Sweden with them. Being very, very contagious compared to previous coronavirus, we actually got the first wave in the spring of 2020. And we had the people of Sweden and of the rest of the world had no immunity against this virus. But as you see, we didn't get that many cases in the spring of 2020. Moving on to late 2020, that's when we were really hit hard and people started dying, especially in long-term care homes. In Sweden and in Europe, we have an elderly population. 1/5 of the Swedish population is 65 years and above. In long-term care homes, the mean survival time from being admitted to long-term care home is only 2 years. And when we got a very we got spread of coronavirus in the community. Care home workers and healthcare workers brought with them this infection, and people started dying, and especially the elderly and the very frail. And I will show you death figures later on. These are the cases. But the first wave was a very cruel wave, and we had no immunity and we had no vaccination. And it coincided with the winter season that we have in the Northern Hemisphere, when we know it's very cold, people are indoors, and we always see an aggravated spread of viral infection during November to March. And that was the first wave. And then we had calmer summer months, and very luckily, we early received vaccination. And I will show you how many were vaccinated in Skåne County. But we started vaccinating the elderly in the beginning of 2021. And this was a big shift, as we see it, in the mitigation of the coronavirus. We were very worried when we heard reports of the new variant, the Delta variant in India, among other countries, which seemed to give a much more severe disease compared to previous variants, and also very contagious. So in the end of 2021, we saw Delta cases, and in this period, we also saw a lot of deaths among long-term care home residents, and also among people in the community, the elderly. But we were in a way saved by the much more infectious variants that you can see when the cases skyrocketed in the beginning of 2022. And this is where our study took place during the whole of 2022, and that's the Omicron wave, which had a very steep beginning, and then a very big percentage of the population actually got infected. But we had continuous spread of Omicron corona virus during the whole of this year. But as we always see, there was a decline during the summer months. And we presented this study as a poster in the state-of-the-art COVID conference, which was also online in November of this year. And we had planned to finish the article and publish it, but we have decided to wait because we're in the middle of a triple-demic now in Europe, which is a combination of Omicron, COVID-19, influenza A mainly, and also respiratory syncytial virus, RS virus, which is proving very, very difficult for the healthcare services and also the long-term care residents to handle. So we've been very busy, and probably will see a large increase. But on the good side of this is that we have a very good vaccination coverage in the old and the frail population. And as I promised you, just an outline of the disease with COVID-19 going on. And there you can follow the different waves. And it was during the shift between 2020 and 2021 where we saw the most deaths in Sweden. But now we have, during the peaks of the different waves, we have still seen deaths coupled to COVID-19. And even if we have a vaccination, there's always people who, because of that are not immunocompetent, that cannot produce antibodies in a way needed for protection from COVID-19. And we have followed the cases in the long-term care residents in Skåne County during this pandemic. And the deaths were at the highest between 2020 and 2021, but also in the beginning of 2022. And also now we're seeing an increase in the deaths, but the total numbers are very low. And to give you an idea how the COVID pandemic has affected Sweden, there was a national commission that evaluated the management of COVID-19 in Sweden. And by February the 25th of this year, the final report was published. And the total death toll related to the COVID-19 pandemic was 15,800 individuals. And the excess mortality in the worst years of 2020 and 2021 was only plus 0.79%. And that was actually lower than in many other European countries. This was very important because I don't know if you heard, but Sweden chose quite a different approach. We had no lockdowns and schools continued during the whole of the pandemic. And we're convinced that the vaccination was actually the key to the relative good management of this pandemic so far, at least. We also keep track of the different variants, and what's happened during 2022 is that we have no new variants of concern. We have had an original Wuhan strain, we have had the Alpha wave, and we have seen the Delta wave, but for the whole of 2022, we have had the Omicron wave. And we see different sublineages, and there has been BA1, BA2, and now it's almost 100% BA5, but also a lot of sublineages to BA5. And vaccination started, as I said, in the early weeks of 2021. And here you can see the doses that has been given in Skåne County. And to see how many has received the different doses, you can see that among the elderly, the 80+ group here, a large percentage, 75%, has received doses 5, and they have all received the Pfizer vaccine. So this is the background to this little study that we have conducted, and we wanted to get an idea of the clinical consequences of nosocomial Omicron infection in hospital patients and long-term care home residents in Skåne County. And Skåne, we only have one laboratory serving the whole of Skåne, And we also, as the infection control unit, communicate with all the long-term care homes in the whole of Skåne. And we can also monitor all of the hospitalized patients with the Omicron infection. And the background is that when the elderly were vaccinated to a great extent, and Omicron was also considered a milder version of the COVID-19 disease. There was a lot of debate if we should see it just as an ordinary influenza virus. There is a big difference between influenza, our respiratory syncytial virus, and coronavirus, and that is that coronavirus is extremely contagious compared to the others, which gives it the possibility to give rise to large outbreaks in long-term care home facilities, but also in hospital wards. So we wanted to see the clinical consequences in the fragile groups that we see in our hospital, but also in our long-term care homes. And we were able to evaluate 941 individuals that had either acquired this corona infection in hospital or in long-term care homes. And the study period was January the 1st until the 30th of September. And for the hospital patients, we were also able to go through the medical charts to get vaccination status, the 30-day mortality, and also if they were symptomatic or asymptomatic when they were diagnosed with coronavirus. The medical files were examined by me and my colleagues at the infection control unit. And these are the results that we found. You can see we were able to study 261 medical records from hospital-acquired Omicron and 640 long-term care home residents. And this is a very elderly population, with the median age in the hospital-acquired population was 78, and in the long-term care home, the median age was 86. And as in many other studies, there was an overweight of females, which we see among the elderly. So in total, we found a 30-day mortality of 10.7% in the hospital-acquired infection and 8% in the long-term care home acquired infections. For the hospital-acquired infection, we could do a more thorough study of the medical charts. And there we found that actually among the asymptomatic, the 30-day mortality was higher than in the group with symptomatic infection. And we also were able to detect the CT value, which is cycles to positivity values. A low CT value is the same as a high viral load. And it's interesting when we see this picture where the elderly received their vaccination dose 4 and vaccination dose 5. In January, February, we saw the highest figures of 30-day mortality, 11.8%, which decreased rapidly in the summer months. Worryingly, it started to increase in August, September, but the long-term care home residents received their 5th dose in September. And we also saw a difference from January, February to March, August in the hospital-acquired COVID-19. And we could see that a lot of the long-term care home residents acquired Omicron infection in the beginning of 2022. And thus, we think that they received protection by previous Omicron infection in long-term care home residents. So the conclusions of this study was that we saw, even though Omicron is a milder COVID-19 variant, even if we have a well-vaccinated population, we saw quite a substantial mortality in the hospital acquired and the long-term residence home acquired Omicron infection. And when we looked at the medical charts, we could see that COVID-19 was not often the sole cause of the death, but in this very old and frail population, it's the combination of COVID-19 and other medical conditions that lead to death in the end. And being asymptomatic when diagnosed didn't seem to make a difference. To being symptomatic is not a good marker for being risk of death of COVID-19. And we could see that vaccination, new doses of vaccine, every now as it is, they received it in February and in September. So it seems like regular vaccination and previous Omicron infection is a strong protection against reinfection. And with Omicron versions. So with this, I think I'm open for questions if there are any. Okay, then is there any questions?
Yes, Professor Manas.
Professor Chatterjee, could you please unmute yourself? Your microphone is off.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a very interesting study you made, and I have a few things. Number one, I told you before, I'm organizing a major meeting on 200 people, and there are many people from different countries. I do not have somebody from Sweden, but some people from Europe. In case you are interested to present the same thing, but the audience will be different, you let me know, and which officer can give you my telephone number. Number two, the type of thing which you are doing in the data, many people, for example, at the University of Washington School of Public Health, University of Minnesota, Baylor University in Texas, the Johns Hopkins University, they have used that type of data and the graph which is shown, there. And they have, from there, they're using different mathematical techniques, like which is known as the Poisson distribution. They have used this, very, very sophisticated models. And the third thing is that the question of nursing home is a big thing in United States. But you said that many people died not because of COVID-19, but because of other things not related to COVID-19. But that is a big political thing going on in the United States about the policies, which the public policy was really not so good in helping the older people in the nursing homes. I don't know about in Sweden. And then the last question is that, you see, Sweden was blamed for many policies at the end for having relaxing the whole situation in the policy, in public policy, and many people was very much angry or whatever, surprised why Sweden was taking. So these are the many questions that we can discuss if you come Zoom to my meeting on 25, 27, of January in New York, and you can get in touch with them. That will be a great contribution. I have India, I have Indonesia, I have Tanzania, I have Portugal, I have people. I do not have anybody from Sweden. I happened to be in Sweden before, many times before, in Stockholm, in the center, in university, or there. And they are very, very talented people. And application of statistics, mathematics, and other things related to epidemiology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we would be very interested because we are clinicians mainly. So to be introduced to more advanced statistical models would be very, very interesting. And I agree, Sweden has been blamed for having a very lax relationships to the effects of the COVID pandemic. But I think in the end, the strategy of vaccinating the frail and the elderly, I'm doing a very good job at that, will prove maybe more effective than lockdown. I think also the lockdowns have produced a lot of other problems for the public health, and I think for many years to come we will see the effects. And it's not true that Sweden was totally open, because there was a lot that was closed, so people in Sweden suffered as well. But I think I'm very happy that we didn't close the schools, because that's the next generation, and those people, the young people, are our future. So I'm very happy for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? I don't know. Hello?
Hello.
You hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Hey. No, I just wonder, a general and challenging problem is, I think, how on the earth can we know how many were infected in the beginning of the pandemic? Because in some way this can maybe explain some of the phenomena which were in the society, but we didn't have any statistics on it, or I haven't seen anything on it.
The only thing I've seen was the Public Health Agency, when we got the tools for testing, they actually sent home tests for, I think it was 5,000 people in Sweden, just randomly, and collected to get, because a big problem in the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic was that a large proportion was completely asymptomatic, and they were driving the pandemic, because
exactly.
they were going to work and they were infecting the frail, and it's obvious in the beginning that there were also some people that were more prone to a serious infection with coronavirus. So I think you're absolutely right. We didn't get a proper idea of the magnitude of the problem, and it was first when people started getting really sick and dying that we understood that this was a completely new virus, and a virus that is very difficult control. We still can't control it. We can just ease the effects by natural immunity by vaccination, and because it's very difficult still to protect the elderly, because there is, as long as there is spread in the society, it will reach the elderly.
Have you any opinion about this project when they measure in wastewater the virus?
Yes, we actually have used that quite a lot. Those figures, especially the regional health officer, they have received figures from a local waste measurements, I think at least for 1.5 years, and
Yeah.
it's absolutely coupled to when we starting see more sick people. Weeks before, we can see increased levels of corona virus in the wastewater. So I think that's probably a good way of keeping track of where the spread of coronavirus is heading. And right now, all the figures, or it's a steep curve upwards for coronavirus everywhere now in Sweden, and also influenza and RS virus. So it's not going to be a very Merry Christmas this year for the health services, I'm afraid.
But do you know this wastewater? I know, I think in Gothenburg they were measuring it, but
Yeah.
where there are many places in Sweden where they took samples.
Yeah, we have Sjölundaverken in Skåne, and
Yeah.
then we have also in Stockholm. So in the proximity of the bigger cities, and they measure it. And I think also one place in the northern Sweden, but it's coupled more to the bigger cities. So we have it in the 3 big cities. We measure the wastewater. Not we, but we receive figures from them of the amount of coronavirus in wastewater.
Last question, yes,
Yes.
because it's interesting. But does there exist old water samples where one can look for viruses? Or is it just some kind of online measurements which are taken?
I think probably there are. We had a presentation of the group that does the measurements, and I would assume that they save their samples in some way, but I'm not. But if you're interested, I could probably find out who is responsible and give you the info from.
No, I will not analyze it. It was just academic curiosity. But it's in some way important to understand what was the driving force in the beginning of this pandemic, because I don't believe in mathematical modeling there. If you don't know how the spread is or how it works, you cannot model it.
No, and I'm not sure. I don't think we have had it for more than 1.5 years. So in the beginning of the pandemics, we didn't analyze. We didn't have the methods to analyze it properly, I think. So that would be a problem. That's there is a big black hole in the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Then I thank you very much for a very interesting and fantastic lecture. And now we go to the next speaker, that is called Swaps, that is going to speak about color theory, basic color models, 7 basic music theory 2, orange hypothesis. Welcome.
Christina, could you please stop sharing your screen?
Kristin, Titti.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Carl, you can share your screen. Yeah. Yeah, Carl, are you facing any problem?
It's doing what it did before.
Yeah, great. It's coming. Yeah, done. Yeah.
I don't have anything on my screen.
Yeah, just minimize this one and then open up your file.
Minimize this one?
Yeah, you just minimize this and open up your file, whatever is there. But is it open already? Yeah, we can see yours. Yeah, just maximize it and then we can see your screen.
You can see my screen.
Yeah, and with the paper as well. Please maximize the whole paper. Yeah. Yeah, please make it a full screen. Great. Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah, done.
Okay. All right. My paper is Orange Hypothesis. This year, I'm going to have to read a lot of this to stay on track. So with the primary color interface orange in the spectral display of a prism or rainbow, the 6 primary colors are not interfacing. Yet orange is displayed in the spectral display of a prism or rainbow. Orange is the combination of primary red and primary yellow. Basic music theory identifies where orange is created per this hypothesis. Jacob's ladder in the color octave helped to explain why orange is created when primary red and primary yellow are not combining. It involves the combining of frequencies in free space or midair at the interface gap between adjacent color octaves and a subsequent release of energy. This interface is at the 7 o'clock position or the primary tone D flat. There are 7 basic tonal sounds going from A to G. Our tonal system starts with C. The arrangement is shown as C through B, where AB is at the end. This color research will demonstrate that the AB at the end of the sequence is from the next color octave versus being from the beginning of the current octave that we're in. We are primary tone F, primary color F, color octave. Primary tone F is 120 degrees out of phase with primary tone D flat. Going from primary tone octave F4 to primary color octave F5, this tonal sequence would end up with the inclusion of primary tones in the first 120-degree color octave number 5. Primary tone F4 must jump the north-south polar gap between color octave number 4 and color octave number 5 at the 7 o'clock position to complete a color octave F4 to color octave F5 transition per the circle of fifths. Assumption: the unique north-south polar gap at the 7 o'clock position happens at the upper limit or north pole of the lower frequency color octave, the subharmonic, and the lower limit south pole of the higher frequency color octave, which is a subharmonic that I'll explain it when I show you the Jacob's ladder. The results is a pole reversal. The phenomena happens at the 7 o'clock position, resulting in a manifestation of orange at the 1 o'clock position, where primary red and primary yellow are not interfacing to create orange. Per a correlation between Jacob's ladder and basic music theory, orange relates to music, sound, and radiation. The orange hypothesis: if frequencies are in free space, midair, color diversity is very limited. Typically, color diversity requires a medium opaque surface and or saturation to facilitate combining the frequencies. The mechanics of saturation have not been defined by this color research. Orange is the apparent exception or the model for combining colors in free space. Orange is created by combining equal amounts of primary red, primary yellow, per the 12 color references of this color research in its color hexagram. Orange is a primary color interface. It's not a primary color. Primary red and primary yellow combine to create orange. Orange is not a primary color. The sharing of energy is called coupling. The orange hypothesis: when orange appears in the spectral display of a prism or rainbow, primary red and primary yellow are not coupling. In Western music, there are 7 basic tonal sounds. The 7 basic tonal sounds correlate to the 6 primary colors. See table 101. Orange does not correlate with one of the primary colors. Per the music theory correlation to color as mapped onto the circle of fifths, something happens at the 7 o'clock interface position. That something results in orange being displayed at the 1 o'clock position. The orientation of the defined color model influences the presence of orange. The spectral spread of a prism or a rainbow is viewed across the x-axis. Orange is present. When viewed down the x-axis, the white light source, orange nor any primary color is seen as being present. The prism experiments of Sir Isaac Newton demonstrated that a white light source can be sorted into 7 bands of color, which includes orange. Capturing the 7 bands of color with an identical prism would reconvert the color spectrum into a white light source. Therefore, orange is either a natural component of separated light or it's an artifact. Perspective can influence what is seen if a white light source is viewed along the x-axis versus down the x-axis, if waveforms are sinusoidal waves, sine waves, versus helixes. Just as perspective determines what is seen if a defined color system has points of color interface or no points of color interface per a defined color system with 12 points of color reference. A defined grayscale model contains color information as shades of gray. It lacks the RGB or CMY color filters and combine information to display a white light or color representation of a grayscale of the grayscale information. There are 7 basic tonal sounds used to develop the circle of fifths, ordered C, D, E, F, G, A, B. These primary tones sequentially correlate with the peaks of the color hexagram. D flat is an interface point. The basic tonal sound F sharp and G flat correlates to primary cyan at the 6 o'clock position. See figure 104. The basic tonal sound A correlates to primary blue at the 8 o'clock position per the circle of fifths. In the color mechanics correlation going clockwise, the frequency rate is increasing. Primary tone D flat is at the primary color interface point, that is the upper limit for primary cyan and the lower limit for primary blue. This same point is at the upper limit of the lower frequency color octave and the lower limit of the next higher frequency color octave. In the listing of basic tonal sounds, C through B, we always start with C. The A and B at the end of the list is not a wraparound to pick up the A, B that was at the beginning of the color octave. The A and B at the end of the sequence is part of the next higher color octave. Then the next higher color octave begins with C, and F begins with F being the system level 0. Let the lower frequency color octave and higher frequency color octave be represented by 2 wheels turning clockwise. Then position 1 wheel directly below the other wheel. These wheels are meeting at the same point, but do not overlap or touch. There's a small space or a gap between the 2 wheels.